Alrighty, folks, hang on a second. We'll get clipped up here. In the new studio, we don't quite have everything set up yet, so for camera controls, one of us is actually going to have to jump up and go mess with it. We don't have remote set up yet. Um, Growing pains with the new facility, but it's exciting to be in the new studio finally and getting things set up. This is going to be the first of a few new streams that we have going. This is going to be a D&D 5e campaign that I will run and game master. It will be set in Faerun, and it's going to be set in a small part of it that doesn't have a lot of fluff written about it, which lets me do what I want with it to start with. So as we explore the lands of Impiltur together, I will be filling those things out and fleshing it out to sort of be my vision of what that part of the world is. I will be adding cities and hamlets and NPCs and all of that to an ongoing World Anvil wiki as we go, and making it the starting place is an established Faerun area, but it's going to become our game world. We are in our new, okay, I thought your camera's froze. In our new studio that we've been working on for a long time. It's hard to tell sometimes. You're not as bad as some of our other folks that freeze like lizards in heat, but they just like they're just basking on a hot rock. But for a moment, I thought we lost cameras. Anyway, sorry. In character. Resume. So we will be trying this experiment. It's not going to be an every week game. We're shooting for twice a month. We're going to try to keep it every other week. However, we're all adults. We all have commitments. We all have lives like so many other people that game and enjoy this hobby. So it is going to have to float around some. Our commitment to that, in order to make that work for folks that want to stay with us, is we will try to be very diligent about posting our schedule. So you know when to expect us to be here each week, and what weeks we will be on and what weeks we will be skipping. We do know that regular content is easier for people to gravitate to and stick with. However, every week right now with this group is just not a commitment any of us are able to make. And we're going to enjoy the game that we want to play together as a group, and we're going to have to do it at that pace. So hopefully folks are excited enough to stay with us and watch us live when we're on. Everything's going to be on VOD afterwards. We will preserve all the games. What else about our scheduling? Like I said, we'll make sure we share the schedule and try to be diligent about that. Felt like I had something else and I just straight up squirreled away from it while I was talking. Anyway, so yeah, it's not going to be every week. It'll be every other week or so. We'll float around as we have to. And I'm looking forward to getting back into gaming instead of just running tech like I do for the other campaign. So it's going to be a lot of fun with several of my favorite people and favorite gamers that I have locally. And they've all got new characters. We will have a VOD up. They will be jumping straight into sort of the middle of the first scenario. We did session 0 a couple of weeks ago, and we did not broadcast it, but we recorded it. We will edit it and have it up. It was primarily supposed to be about establishing the background and connections for characters using a system called entanglements, so that all of the characters coming together for a story have some familiarity with each other instead of just being the random person at the bar who happened to throw a stool at the same person during a bar fight. You know, none of that. And then we had enough time and everybody was into what was going on that we sort of started the storytelling a little sooner than we were expecting. So I will recap when we get into the game on what's happening there. And yeah, we'll go around and have everybody introduce their characters right after my recap, and then we'll drop into the game. I'm sure more things will come up, but for right now, I think we're just going to get right into it. There will be new projects and other things that we're trying to do now that we have our new studio space. So keep an eye posted for those. We're going to announce them. We want to get Gaslands back as regular content. We have 1 or 2 people who would like to have games on the channel as well. We're looking to diversify the content. We have right now our 2 streamed campaigns are going to be 5e. We want to diversify that. We're going to have other games coming up. I don't want to get into what may or may not be there because a lot of it's still in talks and nothing's for certain. So we do have other projects coming up though. So hopefully folks are going to enjoy what we bring and want to stay with us. Alrighty, so to recap, the characters are, let me see, I'm going to start with where you guys are. So, in the land of Faerun, far to the east of the Sword Coast, on the northern part of the Sea of Stars, is a very old kingdom called Impiltur. And you can find it on all of the Faerun maps, and there's some information. There's a couple of people, and I believe it's just a couple of people, who have actually done some in-depth writing on it. For the most part, there's not a lot readily available on it, which appealed to me. That lets me set it in a familiar setting, bring familiar rules and pantheons and stuff to folks with books and writing that we can support the mechanics of what's going on. But it gives me a blank enough canvas, we'll say, for me to tell the stories I want to and feel free to create towns and create NPCs, create my own storylines within the history of that area. So it really worked well for me. The entire campaign is not going to be set there. It's going to be based there to start with. They will eventually, as with any good adventuring group, they're going to leave home and they're going to explore the world at large. But for a little while, we're going to be in Impiltur as they sort of establish themselves as adventurers in an era where Impiltur has been renowned for swords for hire and not necessarily being involved in the politics of the world, but happy to lend swords forces, hire out adventurers and those types of folks to help and sort of be involved, impede or whatnot with the political goings on of the world without being involved as a political entity. It has been a long time since that's been the case, and Impiltur has sort of been in a not xenophobic, but a very withdrawn and kind of keeping to themselves mode. Their entire kingdom, many centuries ago, was built on trade and commerce, and that's what made it a great kingdom before some of the well-known kingdoms on the map today were even around. As a hub of commerce and basically a place where people could go and trade and move through things that as long as there was money, permits, and tariffs paid, nobody cared. Impiltur did really well. Impiltur has had a fairly rough history over the past several centuries, and it's not what it once was. It's starting to recover. It's starting to become a trade power again. Its internal politics are a bit of a mess. It's gone from an organized sort of monarchy and aristocracy in the past, giving the kingdom sort of a unified direction and vision, to being a very early and a very bloated bureaucracy. So there's a lot of people involved in all of the decisions, and not everybody knows what's going on or how to make those decisions. And that's where Impiltur sort of is right now. So it's starting to build itself to be a world power again. And it has a long way to go, but the countryside of Impiltur is very untamed highlands. You have coastal stretches for where all of the trade and everything goes through. There are lots of mountain steps and high mountain passes, all the way to Arctic fjords and shelves of tundra and glacier canyons. So it sort of sweeps the gambit of most temperate terrains And you can see the map. I'm not making up the map, and I don't want to take credit for that. So you can see maps of Impilter from the Faerun wikis and all of that. The setting that we're playing in, most of Impilter is wide open and is largely homesteads and ranches, and there's mining communities and that sort of thing, but there's a large dichotomy between there being really large, very built up, very fortified towns, and then next to no settlements in the middle ground, and then you have villages of maybe a couple hundred people and hamlets of less than that. So there's not a lot of middle grade towns. There's large towns, and then it's essentially rural, where people are mining or crafting or just minding their own business, tending livestock, farming, that sort of thing. All sort of feeding into the trade, or people just sort of eking out their existence and not wanting to be involved in the things that are going on. Impilter, because of its past, is also a very superstitious place, so some of that is going to pop up. It is, as a nation, largely human and human-centric. It has a very small population of non-humans, and only a few of those non-human races, non-human species, are represented in any real number. That's going to impact the party because most of the party falls into that vast minority. We only have one human in the group of four. There's not a lot of bigotry or anything nasty like that. There is a lot of superstition, and there are a lot of folks that simply haven't seen certain types of metahumans before. So there will be a little bit of not knowing what to make, or a little bit of awe at something new. That will be a factor in this campaign as it progresses. Impilter also has a very rough history with cults and unnatural fiends and cult-like activity with devils and demons and that sort of thing, specifically in its history. So there's a lot of superstition left from that, because there was a time in Impilter's past where cults and other planar forces ran amok in the countryside of Impilter and nearly destroyed the country. So there's a dynamic there that will be important. One of our players is a tiefling, so it will be reflected in that some. Folks know what tieflings are. They don't. It's not anything strange. There's very few people that are going to think it's the player is anything but a tiefling. However, suspicion will be part of that and will come up. For the time being, we will let that sort of set up where they're starting. The characters are all somewhat familiar with each other, or were before they got on the road here with each other, and are based out of a fairly built-up town. It's got fortified parapets, it's got multi-story buildings, tall bell towers. It's one of the large towns, and it's built on the intersection of one really well-traveled and one historic trade route that branches off from it. And where those two meet is a large town called Y. And the players here are based out of Y, or one of the villages just an hour or two outside of town that's close enough to essentially be part of everything that goes on in Y. The powers that be in Y, the chancellor of the area, has been receiving essentially some pretty laughable reports from a very small hamlet a couple of days' ride to the west of Y. And it appears, according to these repeated reports, that when the storm clouds are breaking and shaking the landscape and bad storms come through at night, that in this hamlet, it seems, according to the reports, that fiends and devils are falling from the sky, which seems sort of laughable. There are reports of people, however, who have been attacked and who are getting sick in such a way that they're not getting better. They're not getting any worse, but the local apothecary and whatnot just can't seem to get these people better. They have been insistent in asking for help, insistent for asking for some kind of aid or support from the powers that be, and the powers that be in Y really don't have the time for this sort of clearly superstitious and frivolous nonsense. So they've actually sort of farmed it out to some folks that they know in town, are a little more adventurous, we'll say, than the usual crop of peasants and populace and whatnot. So these folks have been given a stipend of a little bit of a per diem to go get these reports answered, find out what's going on, and more or less they were just ordered to go there, make a showing, let these people know that their request was responded to, but obviously the sky doesn't just rain devils, so they just expect these folks to find out a little bit about what's going on, make a showing that the response was made, and just come home. At the end of the last session, they had just ridden into town. They had met the self-appointed constable of the town. He actually calls himself the shepherd of the town, who is an older gentleman who's fairly gruff and very to the point, which is probably why he has his job. And he led them to meet the apothecary of the town, which is just a local herbalist who has a large house where she is keeping 4 people who have been attacked by these things, whatever's going on, and who are sick. And the apothecary has tried everything that she knows to try to get these people better, and they're not getting any worse, but they're just not getting any better. They've spent probably about half an hour talking to these folks a little bit and talking to the apothecary Shemun to see what they can figure out, and they've really only gleaned a couple of things so far. There was a story from the boy who said one of the things was in his window, and he tried to shut the window real quick, and it clawed or bit his arm. He's not sure, and tried to pull him out the window really quick. And when his dad showed up yelling and screaming and making a fuss, the thing left, and it left just creepily fast. It was there and it was gone. It was almost like it disappeared. It just vanished and ran away so fast. And they spoke with the farmer who had actually had one of these reported things fall through the thatched roofing of his house, and he caught it attacking one of his pieces of livestock, a sheep, and as he tried to take a stick to it to shoo it away, he got bit or scratched on the leg. He thinks by another one, but he's not sure because he was facing the one he was chasing off. And he said the same thing as these things were scared away. He felt a pain in his leg and he fell to the ground. And by the time he hit the ground, the room was empty. So according to him as well, these things are just shockingly fast. And they smell terrible. They smell like dead, wet animal in the rain. And it appears that once they get scared off, they don't come back. They don't regroup. But one of these things fell through the roof. Another one came off of the roof to attack a boy. All of these things seem to come from the sky. And even people that have, we'll get into that later. But yeah, these things seem to be falling from the sky and making people ill. So Enter our heroes who are new in town, and their first stop was to talk to the apothecary and see the sick folks. You guys haven't set up where you're going to stay or who you're going to talk to or any of that yet. You guys have just come into town. And let's go ahead and make introductions and introduce the party to the folks watching. And we'll start with our Storm Genasi cleric.
That's what I am. Terranild is her name, and she is a Storm Genasi cleric. That's pretty much all we know about her at the moment. I am hoping that Mother Moon gives us some insight. Saloon, our healing is really needed here. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on with the situation, but we'll definitely be sending some prayers up.
And what do you look like?
I am about 5 feet tall. I have a grayish blue skin and pretty dark gray hair with like ice blue streaks in it. My hair kind of has a mind of its own. And my eye color changes from grays to blues, very reminiscent of storm clouds kind of moving across the sky. I'm pretty solidly built for 5 feet tall. So.
And next?
All right, I'm Almar. I am tiefling. I keep robed up most all the time just to keep questions from coming up or anything else like that. It's usually easier to operate. Hooded and everything, but I've got a nice pair of horns and everything, deep purple skin, green eyes, almost like translucent, just like bright green eyes. But yeah, no, I just like to keep covered up so there's few questions as possible. So it just seems to operate easier that way.
Yes.
But yeah, no, I figure might as well come find demons with another demon. So.
You know what they say, fight fire with fire.
Exactly.
So.
Avoid my question. But no, it's just, yeah, new neighborhoods, whatever, new places, tend to keep robed up, fewer questions, fewer suspicions. It's just how things makes life easier here anyway. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And next?
Hi, I'm Jagaya. Nipatan. Anyways, I'm a little wee little gnome, about 3 foot tall, around there. I have like a little bluish hair. It's kind of up the side of a expand the color, but whatever, dress up for the day. Kind of a scrawny looking for a little fellow, but not too scrawny. Just kind of like a little bit more. As you can see, it's kind of real twisted, kind of real energetic, and usually I wear kind of like a tinker's type of outfit for the most part. Lots of tools, and it's hidden in my jacket. I'm a little bit of a tinker artificer of the group. So hopefully we just be as wacky as I am.
And last but not least.
Tristan, playing Tristan, human rogue. Stands about 6 feet tall, brown hair, blue eyes, medium build.
You
How you
have to
dress?
wear a costume.
Just standard leathers.
All right.
Your standard medieval fare.
Alrighty. All right, so you guys have ridden into town. You've met Thompson, the town shepherd. He had a young boy with him. Didn't introduce the boy. Led you to Shemun, and you guys have spent about a little over half an hour examining, doing some medical sort of curative and seeing, sort of assessing the work that Shemun's been doing. You did find something wedged deep in one of the wounds at the end of the last session. It seemed like a spongy piece of bone or fingernail. It was fairly brittle and porous, and from what you can tell, for somebody who is just an apothecary and sort of mundane healer, they're getting proper care. It just seems like none of the care is really cutting it. One of the last things you did was you sort of examined her main room, and one of the things that struck you as odd is there's lots of low shelves with lots of the just apothecary baubles and tinctures and all that stuff. One would expect that would normally be really well organized, especially since it takes up a lot of the room. She doesn't have very tall shelves. She has a lot of short ones, so she has several of them. But the level of disarray that it's in really rang to you of somebody who's basically just been desperately trying anything, even if it doesn't make sense or really fall into what they think should work, and it's sort of left their medicinal library there in disarray. You were making a light, I think, for the folks, so they
We'll
weren't.
need a light for her to examine the patients. Then I was thinking of a little flower-looking thing. So and do lavender type scent.
Okay.
What do I have to do? You for this guys, I don't think there's anything here that's arcane in nature. Maybe the body, but
Well, there's nothing arcane about what Shamoon does. I mean, what are you specifically looking for if you're going to look for signs of the arcane?
he have a natural addiction that might be relevant to patient.
Go ahead and make an arcane check. And so far, Alamar, you've mostly been laying low, watching what's going on, but not interacting a lot.
Yeah. Is Thompson still close by? Is he in here or has he left?
He left you guys at the door.
Okay.
You know, just from conversation, the one fairly solidly built, it's an all wood structure. It's not logs and thatch roof and whatnot, which is the only other livable structure in the middle of town. It's more or less right across the street from Shamoon. That's where he lives, and that's where he more than likely is, unless he's out making rounds or responding to somebody needing something.
Well,
But he brought you to Shamoon, and once you went in, he left. He didn't come in.
I think we should find him or find out where these other sightings are, what else is going on. So at least we can investigate where they're falling from the sky from, who's seen it, who else can we talk to besides who's here. So if you guys are good, I want to at least cross the street, go talk to the constable and see what else we can find.
I think we're fine.
Yeah.
I wonder if any animals have been attacked. If it's just people.
Oh, we can ask him.
Yeah.
There
If
have been reports of
livestock or-
animals being attacked as well.
Animals being attacked too.
One of the farmers you've talked to was fighting one off of one of his sheep when he got scratched.
We should find out if it's in the same boat, in the same as far as like, is it sick also? But
Oh, yeah.
Would I know that there was a piece of bone or fingernail or something to that effect found in a wound?
I don't think you were keeping that information, were you?
Hmm.
No. So yeah, that's
I think we were all in the same.
yeah. You guys were all in the
Area.
same room. I just didn't
Okay.
know.
Yeah.
that's gross.
Sorry.
What'd you get on your check?
21.
21. Well, there is. Not even sure what you would detect, but I'm just going to say you can tell there's some kind of arcane resonance on that sliver of bone that was taken out of the person.
Don't eat it and don't lose it. So in my handkerchief, I'll hand him.
It's not gross to lick anyways. I'm not too sure if this is
Well, I don't think you would either, but you know, I just you're a little impulsive, so don't lose it, please.
Now that she's said not to, though, you can't get it out of your head.
Don't tell me no.
It's like it's a little squeeze.
But yeah, there's
I see him sniffing at it, and I kind of chuckle and pat his shoulder, and in doing so, very ever so slightly, static shock him.
Oh, hey,
Oh,
just enough to make
sorry.
your hair frizzle a little bit. That's it.
you want to get this taken care of.
Not even a pinch, just a little bit of static.
Let's see. Looking at it closer, can I tell there's anything different from it? It just looks like a ordinary nail, or
It looks, you're not entirely sure whether or not it's a piece of bone or a nail or a claw. Or it's something either calcified cartilage or bone. You're not sure because it's really porous and looks utterly desiccated. But there's some kind of arcane resonance on
let's see.
it. It could be part of a tooth. It could be part of a claw.
I don't have enough training to know it.
I'd like to
know what that is.
nonchalantly just kind of look around the room and go to the area where the medicinal herbs and ingredients are,
Mhm.
and just to see if there's any jars of that particular type of substance.
Oh, something that looks like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check. And what else would you like to do?
I'm going
Before we switch over
to. I'm gonna let them work on the outside. I'm gonna just walk the outside, see if there's anything there, as far as I don't think this place or this.
There have been no
Well-
attacks at this building.
Yeah, there's been no attacks here, so I'm gonna make my way over to the constable's house, check around over there, seeing if there's anybody outside.
You don't see him outside.
Okay.
There's smoke coming out of the chimney.
Okay. Let's knock on the door.
15.
15. You don't see anything that matches that. You see some weird spongy things that kind of look like it but don't have the same sort of composition.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll knock on the constable's door then.
Just a few moments later, you hear a wooden latch slide and the door opens and Thompson's there. And done already?
Well, the people who know best are in the apothecary, tending to the people and checking that out. Can you show me to the people who've been attacked, or one of the houses that's been damaged, or anything like that?
I can show you where the attacks have been taking place.
Is it in a certain area of the town, or
No,
no? Okay. Where's the
We're-
most recent?
we're fairly spread out here. It's going to take most of the day if you want to see most of the homesteads here.
Okay. Well, let me see if anybody else wants to come, and then let's go to the closest.
If they're helping the sick people, what is it you do for the party?
I'm trying to find out where they're coming from, if they're sticking around, what's causing it, and what we need to do to get it to stop.
All of that's in the letter. They come from the sky and they disappear in the rain.
Well, we got to figure out why it started in the first place. Maybe there's some other clue there.
When you guys are ready, I'll be happy to show you where folks have been attacked.
All
We've
right.
had a total of 6 attacks and 4 people have been injured.
Okay. Okay. Where, after the attacks are done, does anybody know where they go? They just disappear.
Some folks say they run off, some folks say they jump back into the sky, but they're there and they're suddenly gone.
Okay.
There's no tracks leading away. There's nothing to follow.
And there's livestock that's been hurt the same way?
There have been some sheep and a couple of horses, yes.
How are they faring? The same?
With what's been going on, they've been put down. If they're making people sick, we weren't going to take any chances.
Okay. All right. Give me a second. I'm going to wrangle up anybody else who wants to go. I'll be right back.
All right. And he stands in the doorway and watches you leave before closing the door.
That's fine. The constable knows, I mean, the other people who've been damaged, or, I mean, the places that have been attacked, anything else? Does anybody else want to go take a look at those homesteads or
I'll go.
anything like that?
I think we better stay here.
Okay. I don't know of any other lead or anything like that. Is there anything else you can do for these people staying here?
I do think I want to start saying some prayers over them. I kind of feel a little out of my depth. Normal medicine doesn't seem to be working.
It's kind of weird.
What about, can you,
What does?
I think that
It does?
cartilage too. I think that's some sort of natural order.
We'll have to make sure that we make note of that and send it back to the rectory. Maybe somebody in my order will know better, more information about it.
Possibly.
Do you think we should let the chancellor know the same thing, or?
Let's keep that to ourselves for now.
Okay.
What is
Good
your
idea.
knowledge of mixing medicines?
I'm new in the order, so just, basic healing and well, of course, basic prayers and moon rituals and stuff like that. So I can do some pretty substantial healing, on a basic level, but this doesn't seem to be responding to the normal. I mean, Shamoon's exhausted most of these remedies. These are all remedies we would use in the curio shop, for healing potions, and it's all standard fare, and it just doesn't seem to be getting rid of the brain sickness. Like, nobody's coughing, there's no pustules, there's no, there's no signs of like an infection in terms of like an organism, but they're just malaise. And the fever, most of these herbs should have already taken care of the fever by now, or at least sweated them out.
Could certain combinations of these herbs cause illness, whether intentional or unintentional?
I mean, if there's wolfbane or mandrake, any of those things combined together, well, I mean, they could kill you. So if they're used improperly, yes. I don't really see any signs of that at the moment, but we'll keep an eye out.
Shamoon, good question for you, honey.
Yes.
Was there anything strange happening before all this sort of stuff on? You first coming to town, or
Not in
something
some,
acting weird?
not in some time. No, it's a fairly quiet space here.
Is this the first time it's ever happened?
It's the first time I've ever heard of anything like this.
How long have you been here?
All my life. Most of the people who live here have been born here, and
How did you start to come around?
oh, they're fairly regular this time of year. Every couple of weeks or so, sometimes more.
What's the last time? When was the last one here?
The last time we sent a letter, so it's been about 10 days. Almost, not quite 2 weeks.
Kind of just like see it.
Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting is one word for it.
Interesting, isn't it?
It would be interesting. I don't want anybody else taken down by it.
Yeah.
Perhaps it might be the only way to ascertain
What's going on?
what's going on.
It would be the best.
Gives a little bit of direction
Mm-hmm.
of where it started coming from. That's a cheap creature.
Hmm.
Do you want to take a look at something?
What did you find?
Some nail or something.
Where did you?
Found it. I just got looked at it.
Bone, maybe. I'm not sure. It's like a
Another arcane little thing with a
splinter of it.
Just
Yeah.
This came out of one of them?
Yeah, I had to dig it out. The cut was pretty deep. The laceration to get like really far in there. You know, it's like wedged in there.
Does anybody else have this in them?
I haven't seen any.
You've checked it.
Okay.
And she cleaned the wound really well, so it was really far in there.
That's bizarre. Is there anything else I can ascertain from it? I can't imagine.
No, you have arcane training, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, it's once you focus on it the way he did, there's an arcane resonance. That's all you can really
That's
tell.
all. Okay.
Unless you've got something that lets you more specifically identify some kind of ability, you can just tell that there's something. The arcane has touched this. It's not just a piece of a creature, a natural piece of a creature.
Well, hold on to this. And if we're sure nobody else has this embedded in them, anybody else who's fallen ill. Okay.
Yeah, we'll definitely hold on to it.
Hmm.
You want to hold on to it?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
or sure, I'll hold on to it.
Okay.
It's gross.
No, I think that's
No, I'm good, thanks.
I kind of rub my fingers together looking at you.
I've asked the constable if he can show us to one of the nearest homesteads that's been damaged. So, did you want to come along? I'm sure the people are going to stay just as ill as they are on the way back.
Why not? It'd be good to get a breath of fresh air.
All right. Yeah, let's go talk to him. See if the constable will show us to.
Walk around with the constable and kind of see where the attacks have happened.
Yeah, the nearest. He said that it's spread all over, and it would take most of the day to visit each location. So let's just at least go to the nearest homestead that was attacked.
How about the most recent?
Yeah,
We can start there, but should we ask him where can we put up for the night at least?
that's true. We haven't
We
asked
can
that.
set our packs down, and I mean, if it's going to take that long to walk around,
Yeah,
I don't want to carry my backpack all over the place.
no, and we need a place for the horses and
Yeah.
everything else. So,
So let's ask him where we can get settled.
that sounds good.
As you guys leave the apothecary, you can see across the street the shepherd is standing on his porch, spear in hand, and just looks like he's waiting on you guys. And they're up the street. That same kid that was with him is actually coming up the street with a single horse-drawn small cart. It's a four-wheeled small cart or wagon, just being pulled by a single horse. And it looks like he's standing there waiting for you guys. And as you guys walk out, he looks straight at you and just watches you as you guys approach.
Thompson, before we go to the homestead, where can we put up for the night and get our horses taken care of and everything else? We might be here for some days.
Well, we can make sure you have what you need to take care of your horses, but people usually take care of their own livestock around here.
That's fine. Do you have a local inn, or where can we put up?
No, we don't. The options are going to be, I can probably put you guys up with various families, but it would separate you out.
Is there a barn?
There's not an open barn, unless you're staying with one of the families. And I described them when you came in before, there are 3 or 4 of the pole barns, so they don't have walls. They're just there to cover what's underneath them. That's essentially the only other things that are in the middle of town. And he says the other option is you're welcome to set camp up under there. They provide shelter from rain and everything, but you would need your own bags or tents or whatnot in case it gets windy.
Well,
I think that would be fine.
that should be fine. It hate to be.
I don't want to impose on the rest of the families here, and I think it might be a little odd to be split up. I'd rather keep closer together.
There's just not going to be anybody that's got room for all of you. That's all.
Okay.
That makes sense. Anywhere that we can pay for a meal or two. I mean, we have rations and we can cook them, but
We can do something about feeding you when you get back. Between Shamoon and I, we can take care of that.
Okay.
The other families might pitch things in depending on the impression you make with them, if they know that you're here to look into what's been going on.
All right.
Folks are afraid to come out after dark at this point, especially in the weather.
That
yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Well, let's get the horses settled in that space, and then let's go to that homestead, whichever was attacked the most recent.
Okay. You guys pile in the cart, and what you notice about the hamlet of Y is everything is really spread out through this little valley. You can see everything in the valley. There are things up on some of the lower foothills and whatnot, but the hamlet is spread around sort of in the same valley. There doesn't seem to be anybody that lives any closer than about a 20-minute walk from their neighbors. There are paths and short stone walls. Everybody has little gardens and small farms for their families. Some people have a little bit of livestock, but not much. At one side of town, there is one large-ish farm. Compared to the rest of the scenery in Hamlet, it's the biggest sort of stretch of land that there is. It backs up against some of the hills, and it looks like they have 50 or 60 head of sheep. And that's really the only livestock that they have there, but that's the only large herd or flock of anything that you see. Everybody else has just a couple of pigs or some chickens, 1 or 2 sheep. This is the only sort of livestock farm you see. There's 1 sheep farm. Everybody else is, you can see your neighbors. You're guessing they probably come together and talk or see each other when they're walking back and forth. But everybody is really spread out in this valley, and there's only about 25 dwellings total for the entire hamlet.
Okay.
And going from door to door and up people's walkways, the cart can't be taken up to each house. That's why it'll take most of the rest of the day to see some of these folks.
So each one of the areas that Thompson takes us to, showing us where attacks have happened, are they all at a place where buildings or livestock or a house is?
Everybody that was attacked in a dwelling or a farm or some kind of.
But that he said that there were 6 attacks and like 4 people injured. So all 6 of them happened to be like right at where a structure was or livestock.
Oh yeah, all of the livestock and all of the people that were attacked when they were indoors because it was raining. Nobody has been caught outside.
So none of the attacks were just randomly in the field. I mean,
No.
this place is spread out, so
Yes.
they're all happen to be all
Yes.
6 of them.
Yes. And there are 2 people that suffered attacks at their houses, but the things weren't able to get in and they weren't injured. But they heard the things hit the roof and run around on the roof and try to pull at the thatching and try to get in the windows and whatnot. And banging with shovels and other instruments, like they were going to fight back. The shutters start shaking, so banging on the windows and yelling and screaming and threatening and whatnot. The things eventually just stopped, and when people would look, there was nothing there. When they would get the nerve to open the windows or go outside because they had to know whether or not they were safe, there was nothing there.
Since we're doing this chronologically from like the most recent attack, I'm assuming backwards,
Mm-hmm.
is there any kind of pattern that's occurring to me or noticeable to me? I rolled a 16 for perception.
What is it with investigation instead of perception?
12.
Go ahead and roll yours, since I know that's what you're good at.
10.
Okay. No, you guys sort of gather details about the surroundings and everything, but there's no real common denominator. The houses aren't all built the same. Some are more square, some are round. Some have sloped roofs. Some of them have, just angled circular thatched roofs. They just sort of seem to build however suits them and with what materials they have, because there's not a lot of lumber here.
There's no pattern to the touchdowns.
No. It sort of feels like they're all happening on the kind of the outskirts of the village, but there's no cluster, so nobody's really much further in than anybody else.
It
So
looked like it was like moving in a line.
no.
Is there nearby? Is it mostly just rolling hills, or just
Yes,
there nearby forest or anything?
It's sort of in foothills. There's a good ride away. There is a large forest where they can get lumber, and then the foothills get more steep. And miles away, you can see that there is a large mountain range at the end of the valley.
Okay, but it's not like if I were the demon that had fallen down to attack and then bolted for the tree line or something that would have been close by. There wouldn't have been anything like that.
No, and with as wide open as it is, you would expect people would see something running.
But they just seem to disappear once they bolt.
That's every story that everybody has had. It seems like they either move so unnaturally fast that they're just gone, or they sort of just disappear or are just gone in the rain. Which makes sense to them because they seem to come with the rain.
Thinking back, is there anything that's happened in the recent past, distant past, that has happened? Can I roll for history on that? That's something of a similar nature?
You can go ahead and make a history check. We'll see what you come up with.
5.
Yeah. Wow, you guys are off to a rough start.
Well, I can make history check if you like.
If there's something specific you're looking for.
Would you know of any random demon attacks from where you're from?
I guess
That could come down from the mountains.
Oh, his village is near mountains. Your village was near mountains.
what's that saying?
Your village was near mountains.
Yeah, well, it actually wasn't.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
In the little community inside the mountains. I guess we'll see if there's anything like that, anything like comparable.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think mine will work.
Oh. Lots of bubbles. I expected that to not happen because it was cold.
Glad it's a concrete floor.
Yep. One moment.
Just missed the electrical.
Oh, that's.
Yeah. Okay, I haven't even gotten excited yet, okay? There shouldn't be any electricity yet.
expected that to stay cold.
Yeah,
Expected
we
that
need
to cold.
clues as to about that, but
It just isn't making any sense.
So we're kind of dead end here. You know these things come,
mhm,
disappear. Nobody knows anything.
well, I don't.
Weirdos.
And it's not like it's not like this kind of thing has happened before. And I mean, when you look back and when you look out at the valley, literally like it just settled over the top of this area and they dropped out of the sky on these houses. I mean, they didn't drop in the middle of it's not random.
We need to see one
They
of these.
didn't drop in the middle of the ground, like every time they came down, it hit a target.
Yeah. Thompson's still with us, isn't he?
Yes.
So Thompson,
Yes, he is.
are there any, lack of a better term, family feuds in your town?
We got folks that don't get along, but no, everybody's lived here most of their lives. They're
Like, what's your main exports?
Well, we're mostly just self-sufficient. We do have the Shenland farm, which exports wool and sometimes meat.
Are they in competition with any other farms?
Oh, not anywhere nearby. No,
No?
no.
Thompson, where do your people worship?
Worship. At home, if they do.
Do they not all pray?
Most folks do. Not all together, though.
I didn't see any shrines or anything on the way in.
Do you have a cleric that visits you for blessings and prayers and?
No, not out here. No. Occasional wandering missionaries will come through. They'll gather everybody up for a sermon or class or sort of thing, and we feed them and they go on their way. And
So then attacks the shipping farm?
at the sheep farm? No, actually.
Are they like the major farmer or burger here in town?
As far as commerce? Yes. Given that we do have periodic problems with other wildlife, there's usually somebody out and about and watching the pens. Or if they have them out in the fields, somebody is in the fields with them.
I wonder if any of their herders in the field watched and saw anything that happened. If they were out in the field when, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we can find out, or if they took shelter also.
Have we been to that farm yet?
You haven't been to the farm yet.
Okay.
During the types of storms these attacks have happened, the sheep would have been corralled and somebody would have been in the farm with them, or the barn with them, but they wouldn't have been out if it could be avoided.
Oh.
This doesn't happen when it drizzles. This happens with
Storms.
And
with lightning and thunder and
these types
terrible
of
winds.
storms are typical for here? For this
They're not
time
they're
of
not
year?
unusual. We don't get them all the time, but they're not unusual.
Sounds like there's a wet season. So the houses that we visited, did any of them have like a hole in the roof? Like,
There's only one, and it is the home of one of the people that's in the apothecary office. And in that home, it's been patched. You can see the new thatch work, but in sort of the side cellar where some of the preserved foods or firewood and stuff would be not part of the house proper, but still covered. Yeah, there's still mess inside that's basically just been swept to the side, and you can see where the roof was fixed. But yeah, it looks like something just torpedoed straight through the roof.
just do an investigation of that area to see if I find any more bone fragments or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, make an investigation check.
I'm not the most helpful, but I'll check the grounds or walk around or assist with his investigation.
Oh, that means I have advantage. But I have a 26 anyway, so.
Even with advantage.
Yeah.
Okay. The only thing you notice is you can see there are broken timbers that were, like wooden rods and stuff that were broken. It's not like somebody stepped between the rafters and fell through the thatch. It looks like something actually hit the roof hard enough to come through the roof. You can tell that.
So
Oh.
bizarre.
It's looking at the roof, even with a 6, that's obvious enough. That it doesn't look like somebody fell through the straw. It almost looks like something heavy either jumped or fell really hard on the roof and actually broke through the roof. They didn't just fall through the thatching.
So no bone fragments or.
None of that you can see. You're not sure that they have repaired it. Some of that may have been cleaned up.
Yeah.
But in the broken wood and thatching and whatnot that they've just sort of swept aside, there's nothing in that.
Okay.
I mean, for a minute, I was wondering if it was some kind of shared hallucination, like maybe something in the grain they're using or mushrooms they're cooking with or something, but whatever came through that roof had mass, because they said
Yeah.
it was disappearing. So, it could have been
It has to be
madness
quick.
brought on by an herb or a mushroom or like a sickness or something, but that had mass to it to be able to come through the ceiling. It's not like they did it. Do you know what I mean? So there's actually a physical object that's
And-
causing
and-
it.
If
And
you've
how does
already
something-
talked to the person that this
How do they
happened
describe the creature again when they?
it's always dark,
Yeah.
and there's a rotten smell and a smell of like wet animals to them.
Okay.
And there's just this growling and kind of animal type noises, and there's a flurry of activity, and it's violent, but it just seems like as soon as any of the basically the men of the house, the larger stature people, respond to these things,
Swiftly.
they flee. It looks like
And-
they have gone, unless somebody has been landed on, the people that have been ambushed have been children and sheep.
Mm.
So they're after.
So they can actually discern smaller targets.
Weaker targets.
Right.
Yeah.
That's.
But if they have body mass like that, how do they disappear so fast?
I don't know of anything that does
I
that.
don't know. I'm sure they're taking advantage.
They're not big. Everybody's told you that,
Yeah.
and they come through the roof because they're falling from the sky.
I think
So
they're taking
everybody
advantage.
else has heard impacts on the roof or impacts on the side of their house.
And it's quiet every other night when there's no storm.
These only come with the thunder, yes,
Okay.
So it's only
with the
thunder.
furious storms.
So I don't know if that's the case, then they come with the storm, or they're taking advantage of the cover that
cover,
comes
the
with the
loudness.
storms. But how they're getting that height to come down, or if they're truly raining, I doubt that. That seems weird.
I mean, if they're not coming in the storm cloud,
They must be. I don't know how
Why
they're
wouldn't
getting the
they
height to jump
sneak up?
in. And
you know what I'm saying? If they wanted to sneak up to pray, like, why would you fall through on the roof?
I don't know. I don't have that answer yet.
Make any sense.
Tristan, give me an investigation check and let me know what you get. Do you guys want to interview any of these folks individually, or do you just kind of want to assess the land and look at these places and sort of walk through that?
I guess that's where we're most comfortable with it.
What I'm asking is, do you want to be questioning people in character, or do you want to just be gathering information and moving?
You can do it if you're- I think that's
19.
I would like. I mean, if we're gonna talk to anybody, I think the one with the house that had the roof damage.
Well, that's the most recent attack.
Yeah. Then let's just. I
We
would
get
say
the
let's
same
talk to
story
them.
from the wife.
Okay.
The wife says they heard a terrible impact on the roof. It sounded like something fell through, or there was some kind of disturbance, or raccoons or badgers or something in their storage room.
Okay.
And the husband wasn't sure what was going on. The storm was raging. It was windy. The shutters were rattling. He grabbed himself a wooden, just like barrel top and a stick, and went into the room to see what was happening. And while he was shocked that the roof there was a hole in the roof, he started to say something to his wife, and then it looked like something tried to tackle him in the dark, and he started yelling and screaming, and he jumped to his feet and started waving the broomstick or the
Oh,
cudgel
God.
around in the dark, and she didn't see it, but he was left yelling about his leg and cursing at the hole in the roof, and she told him that the thing went out to the hole that it came in, because there's no windows in that room.
Did he just hurt his leg from? Did he get scratched or hurt by it?
Yeah,
Or did he
he's
just
one of the
sprain?
people you've talked to that has been
Yeah,
attacked.
but he wasn't hurt by the monster. He just sprained or hurt it from the commotion.
No, the monster attacked him in the darkness.
Okay. And
The fiend came at him when he couldn't see.
and how is he faring? Is he also?
He's one of the people that's sick.
okay. He is sick.
He's not been well since,
Okay.
but he kept that thing from getting in the house and getting to our children.
Do they seem to be? I don't know. Do they? We're gonna have to see if there's a common thread if they're after the kids.
I was thinking the same thing. I mean, sheep are easy targets, but
If they're after the kids,
yeah.
and are they after them because they want?
Because I mean, it would be just as easy if they just wanted food to just grab
Go after
sheep.
one of the animals.
Right. Why are they attacking?
Thompson, the
Yeah.
livestock that's been attacked, what was their relative age? Were they
Well, there's only been a couple of sheep that have actually been attacked. Both healthy adult sheep.
yeah?
What happened to them?
Something
down.
was chewing on them.
They
And they've
didn't
been put
disappear
down
with them?
since.
Yes, and I'm sorry, what?
They didn't disappear. They didn't take them and disappear?
No, they were interrupted.
They were interrupted. Okay.
So they're chewing on them like wild animals would, or eating them like wild animals would. It's not like
But
they
as soon as
grabbed them and took off.
they're confronted,
Then they
they
scatter.
disappear into the darkness and into the rain.
And the animals, you put them down, I assume.
If they're making people sick, yes.
Did you burn the carcasses or did you bury them?
Both of them have been burned. We didn't trust to eat them or anything else. We separated them from the livestock, and as much as we didn't want to, they're a valuable commodity here. With what's going on, we weren't going to take any risks.
Probably a wise.
Could we see the burn pit?
Yeah, I suppose so. Did you want to interrupt your tour of the people for that?
Maybe if on the way.
It'll be on the way back, because that'll be behind where I live.
Okay.
You can go look at the sheep farm.
Hey, this is Rob.
There was no talking. It was just an awful noise, and my husband yelling and cursing and screaming in pain.
We didn't hear you growling right now.
There was some sort of really low, growly, gurgly, just type feral noise. I don't know. I don't know what to say other than that. It wasn't speech. He wasn't talking to a person. It didn't seem to make any noise until it came at him.
How is the weather?
Cloudy, but dry.
Okay. Not like it's going to do anything tonight.
That doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Perhaps if you had a druid.
Perhaps. My thought amongst us, we either need, when the storm happens, we need a sheep as a decoy. Or a child, but the sheep would be perfect.
Perhaps we should put a sheep cloak on you.
No, I'm not convincing enough.
And this is just the first house. You're doing it in character.
Very good. Oh, okay.
Well, that's why the sheep is first. If we could borrow a sheep, use the sheep. Wherever we're going to camp, we could set up a decoy. We could have it there. The creature comes in, we trap it somehow.
I don't know. Without getting close to them, I don't know of any other way to tell what's happening.
I mean,
We can
it's a thought.
buy.
We can keep looking at these houses and such, but it's a thought.
Maybe when we get up to the larger farm, I don't know, maybe they have like an infirm sheep or sick sheep or something that,
Might be able to use that one. We'll see. It's a thought. If it gets stormy and we have no leads, it might be a good way to lure one out.
yeah.
To the farm?
That's fine.
Let's go to the farm.
Is that where you're going next?
Sure.
Because there haven't been any attacks at the farm.
And they don't have any big cats. Some people with smaller herds are big cats.
That's why I think the children would be better, but the sheep would work.
Where are you going next?
How many have we been to so far?
This is, since you're doing it in character, this is the first house of the first attack, which is one of the people you've already spoken to at the infirmary.
Okay. I think for some reason I thought we'd been to more.
Well, we were discussing whether or not you were going to just gather intel or if you wanted to do it in character, door by
Well-
door.
Let's gather some more. Let's just, yeah, if we want to.
Go to the next site?
Go next. And yeah, if we want to expedite, we can just try gathering information or intel generally.
Yeah.
Okay. So, investigation checks from everybody.
We're so good at this.
And I haven't forgotten your last one. This is separate.
13.
10?
12.
Don't you hate it when it's supposed to be what you're good at?
Yep.
When the dice are too much of a variable. All right. So, 13, 12, 22, 10. All right. So there are a couple of things that stick out as patterns from the rest of the stories. Even the folks that have fought these things off that haven't actually had physical altercations or gotten hurt by them, everybody indicates that before the attack, they heard not just something on their roof, but an impact to their roof or an impact to the side of their house. One of the people that was not hurt actually heard an impact to the back of his house near one of his windows and was startled by it, figured something was just in the wind because it was storming. But then a few moments later, something was actually trying to just pull his wooden shutters open. They weren't blowing in the wind. He could see that they were being pulled out from, he's looking at them from the inside. And he had them barred because of the weather. So he yelled and screamed and threw a metal pot at the window before going to get his own sword to see what was going on. It stopped as soon as he yelled and screamed and threw something at the window. He figured, based on his encounter, that it was probably just some kind of wild animal for it to scare off that easy. That person, it was also, it's a young couple that live there. They don't have any children, but something was trying
Do
to
they have
get
livestock?
just their own. They have like a couple of pigs and a few chickens just to sustain their own little existence. None of them were harmed.
Is there are there pens? Is their barn connected to their house, or is it off a ways?
It's separate. There's an exterior pen that's partially covered for the pigs usually, but because of the weather, all of them were in something that's not, it's barely a barn. It's basically like a large chicken coop. It's just enough to kind of shoo them in and keep them out of the weather. Or if there are wolves or other natural predators around and they know, they can shoo them in there, and they don't bring them into the house.
Where those shutters are being pulled out, it's a sign of balcony type of
Signs of what?
hallmarks.
Yeah, with your 22, yeah, you can see that something was trying to hold on to the shutter. It's not really meant to be. There's not handles on the outside. They're meant to be closed from the inside, barred. And it looks like something was trying to. You can see it grabbed the bottom of them and was trying to pull them open. And yes, it left scratches and gouges in the room.
It's like big hand size, little hand size.
Well, the hand marks are in the middle, so you're not sure what kind of wingspan it has. The little divots and scratches are all a little closer than, well, probably about as far apart as your hands would be, but you're not sure what that'll tell you because they were clearly clenching a fist. But you do see that there was something with digits trying to pull that open. It wasn't being scratched open by an animal or nothing bit it. Was trying to pull it
I
open.
wonder if demons have phalanges.
Sure.
Just wondering.
Well, they are small, fast, and smell bad.
Watch out, no. Who said that?
Where now?
It's the reports.
Where no?
No, man.
The last attack happened 10 days ago.
Mhm.
Do I know whether that was what phase of the moon that was?
No, and since we don't have our chart for that yet, unless you found one, we'll simply say that for the what's going on here, it's not relevant.
Cool.
So you ruled that
We'll
out.
Answers
we'll
my
work out the
question.
details of making that more important as we
No.
go. We just need to
That
find the
answers my
resources.
question.
No where gnomes.
Where gnomes, yeah.
You never know.
The most fearsome of the lycanthropes.
Fearsome of always. The gnome.
Anyway, there was no tracks outside.
No, not that you can see. There's wet earth and everything there, but it's been several days, and
You're
not
not
seeing
having any
anything
sort of
that's-
tracking or survival.
Mm-mm. I mean, not too bad at survival.
Do you have a local druid we could speak with?
Thompson tells you we don't have any magic users in this town.
Okay.
It's been a long time since we have, and it's sort of a community choice.
Is it forbidden?
Just because of the history of things?
It's not forbidden. It's not practiced by us.
Right, sure.
such as if any of you use the arts, that's up to you. And it's not going to cause any problems here as long as it's not misused. But
Nobody
you
practices.
won't be moving in.
Oh.
You won't be what?
You won't be moving in if you use snow.
What do you say?
It
The
sounds
last-
as though yeah.
The last person that tried that here went wrong.
What happened?
He was dabbling in not just magic, but unnatural things. And he was shunned and made to
How long ago was this?
10 days ago.
over a year. Yeah. Over a year at this point.
Okay.
Where did they live?
I can show you his house.
Is it abandoned or is somebody else moved in?
Nobody's been in since he
Oh,
We
definitely.
can take a look.
Hey, maybe we
There's
can.
something strange going on.
left.
But if it's abandoned, maybe we can set up camp there.
Was
I'd
this
rather be in a house than outside.
Know what I mean?
The weather. Anyway.
Yeah, let's take
what
a
was
look
the
at it.
what was the? I assume it was a male.
Yes.
What was the man's name that lived here?
His name was Peter.
Peter.
Peter. We'll change that. His name was Paul. Paul Trellin. Paul Trellin. Trellen. Trellin. He's sort of a source of discomfort for everyone that lives here. You won't do well with anyone asking about it.
Was he related to anyone here?
No one left.
I'm sorry?
Nobody left in the town. He was the last of his family, which, without getting into anything graphic that isn't necessary, was part of the unnatural things he was doing and why he was made to leave.
All right.
Out of curiosity, who did you know?
I didn't give him a choice. And he may have considered himself powerful, but he was a coward. Maybe that was fortunate for me, but my job is to protect this town. And I gave him the opportunity to leave because I wasn't sure what he was capable of. He took that opportunity and left. Maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. But he left a little over a year ago, and we've not. He's somebody else's problem.
Maybe you still your problem. We'll see. The house.
Take a look.
I made sure he was gone. We let him take whatever he wanted from the house. I secured the house, and only one other group of people have ever bothered setting foot in that place. There was a couple that came through and insisted on staying there, and we didn't realize there was any issue with it. They either packed up and left in the middle of the night or disappeared, but we never heard from them again.
But you never saw them again?
There was no sign of anything happening. We figured they just left.
How long ago was that?
That was 2 or 3 months after he left.
Well, let's have a look.
If a lot of you are crazy enough to stay there, you're welcome to. It's the only vacant building in town, but
Well,
there's not good energy in that place. I would say.
let's at least look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take you to the trailer place. And yeah, you guys wander down a path, and the cart goes. It's a wide enough driveway. The cart goes right up to it, and it looks like a former homestead. That's just. It had a garden outside that's obviously shot with no food in it. It looks like pieces of the fence have fallen down around the garden. There was a small shed on the outside that looks like it was a three-wall type shelter, almost like a stall, and that's the only outbuilding, and it's dingy and dilapidated. It's not falling down or anything. It hasn't been abandoned that long. It's only been a year, but it's everything's overgrown. All of the windows are latched from the inside. There's a sort of padlock on the outside, and the shepherd checks it and then unlocks it and opens it, and you can see that the bolt has been put on after the fact, obviously, so that it can be locked from the outside. And he opens the door and steps back off of the two steps, just the two steps up to the door, and pushes the door open with his spear. And it's dark and it's quiet inside. And he brings his spear back and steps out of the doorway. This is not a good place. Bad things have happened here. If you want to look around, you're welcome to. You have the authority to do so.
Well, we should at least look and eliminate this as a possibility. So,
I will go ahead and go in
Okay.
with dagger in hand.
Is there a hearth in the main room?
There is. You get a look from the sheriff, or from the shepherd, when you pull your dagger. Remember that the common law of the land is dagger bond, which is you don't brandish weapons in public. He doesn't say anything. You pull your dagger, and you just see him sort of look at you, and you walk in, and he doesn't say anything. But it clearly indicates to you that he's not used to people having weapons in hand, so it catches his attention. But he doesn't say anything, and you go in, and it
Well,
is dark inside.
If I notice him looking at me with an odd look, then I will say, well, you mentioned this is an unsafe place.
And all he says is,
And
Did
I'll
I-
smile and walk in.
"Did I reprimand you?"
No.
Is there a hearth in the main room?
Yes, it opens up. There's just a small. It's not a full mud room. It looks like it's just sort of a short hallway with cloak stands and shoe shelves and whatnot. There's nothing hanging there at all. And it opens up into one large main room. Off to one side is an area for cooking that's part of this same room. There is behind a partition wall what looks like there was a sleeping area. It's not its own private room. It's just walled off on one side. And the rest of this place is all one large room.
So right before he walks in, as he kind of, has that exchange with the shepherd, I just go and light a fire in the hearth.
Okay. And what are you using to do so?
Thaumaturgy.
It does light for just a moment, but there's not anything to sustain it, and it dies out after just a few moments.
My purpose was to light it up as he stepped in there to make sure that there wasn't anything that he was walking into blind.
Visibility does come up real quick in the room. There's basic furniture around here. Everything is dusty. There's everything's dusty. It looks like a year or so ago, whoever lived here just took whatever might have been important to them and walked out. There's still dishes and cutlery in the kitchen. There's still long, rotten jars and clay pots of food and whatnot that are in the kitchen that are of no use, and if you open them, they're going to smell horrible. There's not any art on the walls. There's not any taxidermy on the walls. It's a very, very simple home. One thing you do notice is there, on the other side of the room where the walled off sleeping area is, there's what looks like another sleeping area on the far side of the main room. And there, it looks like there was a small table with rocks that had been carved to sort of stand up. And the rocks are still there, but whatever was between them or that they were propping up is gone.
Well, let's investigate the place. So, see what else.
You
Is
can
there an old torch or something
there
on the
is.
wall?
There is not. There are a couple of oil lamps that can be lit. And there's also, as long as you put some wood in the fire, you can light the hearth. It's just, there was nothing dry there to burn right now.
So I'll take a tinder box out of my backpack while he's kind of looking around or whatever before the firelight goes out, and try to light one of the oil lamps with the actual tinder box.
Okay.
Just
And
to
you
give
can,
us actual steady light so that it doesn't.
okay. And you can use thaumaturgy on the lamps too.
So
But yeah, you light you light two lanterns, basically oil lanterns.
yeah.
And it lights up most of this isn't a very big place.
So that'll help
It's
us
one
look
large
around.
room, but it's not big.
Can we see anywhere that would look to me like a religious altar or religious, like, arcane documents or a censer or mortar?
No,
Do I see any symbols that I would know religiously?
you recognize that what was on that table with the rocks was likely books. It looks like they were used for bookends. And because you asked specifically about it, on the ground next to that table is a mortar and pestle and some kind of, it's not ornate, it looks like it was made out of clay and baked, but it's some kind of incense censer.
Do I recognize it?
No, there's no symbols or anything on
Okay.
it. Looks like somebody made something to burn herbs or incense.
And there's no, like, altar anywhere?
Nope. There's nothing like that.
I would like to investigate the floorboards or the floor for any loose boards that may
See if there's any false
reveal
floorboards
a
or anything.
secret passage or something to that effect.
Okay. You spend 10 or 15 minutes poking and trying to wiggle around and see if any of the boards are loose, and you're pretty sure that the floor of this place is solid.
Okay.
There is a root cellar to the place, but you have to go outside to get to it, and it doesn't come directly up to the floorboards. There's an earthen gap between them, so the floor in the house is all solid.
Just take a quick look in there too.
Oh yeah.
The root cellar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Take a lantern and go down in there.
It's damp and way overgrown. There's a couple of rotten tables down there that it looks like the preparation for the root and maybe some fermenting of things used to happen. It's all with how damp it is and how long it's been out of use. Everything is rotten and musty. There's crawlies and bugs and mud and everything, but it looks like it's just a root cellar.
Okay.
There's not anything on or under the table, and the table is really the only feature in this room. It looks like somebody came down here. If they came down here to do anything with the roots or to store anything, that table is what the room would have been about.
Are there any signs of the people that stayed here? Because
No.
they would have been newer than him leaving.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
That's weird.
Thompson said they thought they left.
What?
You saw the sound.
It's just weird that there's no. I'm just getting the sense from what Thompson wasn't saying that whatever this person was doing had to do with unnatural forces, the dead, things like that. And that usually, I don't see anything here where,
Wordsmith said hi.
I don't see anything here where there's an altar, where it just doesn't make any sense to me.
And he said he was in the dark arts.
Right. There's no symbols, there's no inscriptions.
Do
Did I see
your
anything in the doorway when I walked in?
magic
in the
thing.
frame, the door frame?
Do your magic thing? Oh, I can check out the altar area and see if he's actually performed rituals or anything there. If there's anything lingering there.
It's been a while, but you can do that. Make an insight check
An insight?
for Reba. You can make your
12.
ritual mojo.
8.
At this point, you're still checking the root cellar and making sure the floor is good because it's just been a few moments. No,
I'm
but
actually
I'm not
good at
getting any
insight.
the-
I know.
I know it's with these games where the die is that much of a variable, it makes you
I
that
have
less
like
reliable
+5 to insight.
on what you're supposed to be good at,
I
which
have
is a little
+5
annoying.
to 18.
No, the only thing that really occurs to you is Thompson did say they thought the people left, which would be why none of their stuff is still here. If they did pack up and go and change their mind. And you're not seeing a lot of the arcane stuff here, but you are seeing two separate living spaces. And part of what Thompson said is the guy didn't, Paul didn't live here on his own. This was his family home, his parents were. So that stuff isn't scrawled all over the place, and it sort of makes sense.
With as far apart as these homesteads are, and there's no church here, no rectory, no clerics, are there grave markers on the homesteads? Like, are there
On some of them,
any around here?
no.
Do they have a proper cemetery?
You haven't seen a proper cemetery, and the person you could ask these questions to hasn't come in the building.
Yeah.
You can still interact with him, but he is outside. He's paying attention to what you're doing, but he has not.
Are we the only ones in here, or did the shepherd come in here?
No,
No,
he's
that's what I'm
outside.
talking about.
Okay. But wait a minute.
Thompson let you in and has not come in the building. He's a couple of steps from the doorway paying attention to what you're doing.
So Thompson, the
But-
shepherd, and the kid are with us?
Thompson is the shepherd.
Oh, I don't know why I thought the constable was not the shepherd.
So-
That was
No,
a
he
different
calls
guy.
himself the shepherd.
Okay.
I've said sheriff, I've said constable.
Okay. No,
Shepherd
okay.
is the title that the village gives him.
Potato, potato.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
it's the same guy.
Got it.
I'll walk to the door and ask Thompson, where is your cemetery?
Most families, when they lose somebody, take care of that on their own property. We don't
Okay.
have a central cemetery. It lets people sort of embrace their own beliefs. Most of us are on the same page with a lot of that stuff here, but not all.
Okay.
What's the common deity worship here?
Most folks, if they pray to anybody, pray to Tyr. And most of the prayers are what you would expect from folks like us. We want good weather. We want good crops.
Of course.
We don't want to be sick, that sort of thing.
Of course. I expected to find for it to be different here. You know what I mean? For there to be some signs of
Wrongdoing?
wrongdoing, of something. I mean, there's this is all normal looking.
He's been
I
gone.
think
We-
I think that's the weirdest thing so far is just how normal everything looks, except for the people that are sick.
We never knew what happened to his parents. However, his parents would not just leave
Right.
and not say something.
Well,
He refused to talk about it. And then
he didn't
we
have a
found
wife or
him with
kids.
books that he should not
Do you have any of those books?
have. No. We
Oh.
didn't,
Probably took it with him when he left.
we didn't want any of that here.
Did he have a wife? Children?
He was the last of his family and was a little aloof, not strange, not weird. He didn't make anybody uncomfortable. He grew up here and was the same as any of the rest of us. But
Did he have a husband?
he,
Hmm.
he
Trying to
seemed to
think of
stay to
somebody that-
himself, and he liked books and talking to strangers and everything. We always expected he would grow bored of this place and sort of outgrow it and leave.
I'm trying to think of anybody that would have been, close to him that could kind of fill in the gap. That's the only unnatural thing out of everything here that is so unbelievably boringly normal.
What about the table in the main house? What about the underside of it? Did we look at that?
The underside of the table.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Since you're looking there, there's not a roll. There is. It's not deeply scratched like somebody would vandalize a picnic table or anything like that, but you do see wide scratches. Not like it was done with a knife. But you do see you have to dust the table off and get a good look at it because it's fairly shallow, but it's fairly wide scratches. And it just says, I'm sorry, Mom. This is best.
And that's carved on the underside.
Yes. Very shallow. What was your earlier investigation check?
That one that you had me roll is like a 19.
Okay. And what's your passive insight? I should have that stuff written down. I'll get that eventually. Still new in putting it together.
15.
50, okay. It occurs to you while you're looking at it and feeling it and everything. This wasn't done all at once, and you can tell it was scratched with a fingernail, and it looks like it was done over time, sort of as a compulsion. So it wasn't in one sitting. It looks like somebody did this a lot, and it eventually sort of, with their fingernail, wore into the table, like they did this for hours each night.
That's a hell of a sentence.
Is there shallow holes on the other underside of the table that could hold bars?
No.
No? Okay.
Interesting thought, but no. Since you are thinking that way, there is yeah, you basically put it together yourself. It's not the same thing, but the seats for the table, there's one chair at the head of the table, and the opposite sides are benches, and the benches fit together under the table.
To form an enclosure.
No,
No?
to form a place somebody could lay.
Okay.
For prolonged periods of time? Like caged?
No, it doesn't look like anything would keep them in there.
No? Okay.
But it does look like somebody could hide under the table or sleep under the table, or between the two of you, you both have fairly high passive insights, maybe feel safe under the table.
Are there, what kind of metal, is there metal banding on the table, or the,
No.
you know, like you would normally like bind wood planks together using,
No, it's just,
what about the door?
yeah, I mean, there's hinges and whatnot. There's not,
Made out of what though?
it looks like it's just made out of iron.
Is there any paintings on the walls?
Nope, there's nothing hanging on the walls.
Is there an attic?
There is not. It's sort of open rafter, and this is another thatched roof house.
Are there actual rafters?
There's some cross members and whatnot that aren't like thick lumber. They're like bars, like the other places. Sort of think of them as really thick dowels made from branches
Okay.
to hold the thatching up in patchwork.
Okay.
Is there a way,
Sticky from my.
any way to climb up there?
You can.
Yeah.
There's
How high is the ceiling above us?
maybe 9 feet at the peak, 7 feet.
You're 6 feet tall?
Yeah. Just, yeah. Hey, come here. Come here.
No!
Stand on my shoulders and look up there.
Come on, you know you want to investigate. You know you want to peek around.
Yeah. Fine. If you start throwing me, we'll have problems.
I only throw dwarves, and it's all right.
Ah. Well,
He'll be
you know,
careful with
but
you.
find balance.
All right.
I'll hold on to you like this.
And just for a wackiness check, just make an athletics check for me.
Man.
Just for the pointless effect to see if anything comedic happens.
Alrighty.
I got a 3.
Oh, I got better. You got 6.
6. I set a low target number and it still wasn't enough. Okay, so um,
Oh my god. Please get over
Okay.
it.
so between the 3 and the 6, you guys, you do get Ogra just about up onto your shoulders, where you're trying to shift the weight to actually let Jogra stand, and you guys lose it. You start to stumble forward, which you don't want to land on your face, so you get your knee out, and you end up sort of falling backwards. And between the two of you, you guys smash the kitchen table and benches. They're just broken. Nobody's. It hurts. It's really painful. You guys are banged up. It's not damage. It's not physical trauma. But it's,
Told you, it's a bad
there's a
idea.
lot of commotion.
As
You're
soon-
heavier than you look,
as
dude.
soon as, as soon as they smash through the table, it startles me and I kind of yell like at the two of you as I see you going down. And my voice is like, it's like a thunderclap went off in the house. And you see like my hair just kind of like,
You see the
Change
storm
colors.
come out a little bit, and yeah,
you know, stand up and then flop back down, and I clap my hands over my mouth. And I'm just standing there kind of looking at you in shock.
and
Are you guys okay?
in the doorway is Thompson with his spear brought up to his chest, looking at all of you like,
Yeah, because my voice.
I told you this was a bad place.
Sorry, Thompson. That was actually me. Sorry. I tend to do that if I get startled or scared. Are you sure you're all right?
Just got the wind knocked out of me.
Oh,
I'll pull a chair over and I'll stand on the chair to look up.
Okay.
I'm just looking for more carvings.
Yes, and it's quick to tell that there's cobwebs, dust, and occasional bird feather. There's there's some debris because it's a thatch roof, but there's nothing amiss up there. There's no carvings. There's nothing that's been hidden, and it's fairly. You can do that with just a couple of. You move the chair around from here to there.
Yeah.
It's real quick to check. There's nothing up there.
Okay.
You're certain of that.
I'm standing there next to him, like holding onto his legs, like,
You know, I considered setting fire to the place a long time ago, but I never came in here and just smashed things up.
Well,
what? Mm,
unfortunately, my friend is a little heavier than he appears to be.
yeah, what that wasn't our intent. Oh, are there any?
More.
Yeah, I think I need to. More
Are there
push-ups.
any bits of the table, since it's far more mobile now,
Put that
that
in the
have
hearth.
the that have the
The scratchings.
yeah,
Yeah.
like that
Yeah, there's
we can pick up and kind of study later.
they fell basically. They wouldn't have broken if they didn't hit the middle of the table.
Oh,
So there's a piece that's probably this big that has
And
some
it
of the
has
scratching on it. It's a solid, and it's got some of the.
okay.
It's got a couple of the letters.
I'll throw that in my backpack.
By design.
Great.
Curiosity, what is that nail that's scratching the-
Oh, well, I'm sure we can probably test that out later. I'm like totally unsettled at this point. I'm like, I'm sure we can.
The nail's really cool. The hair put down. Where did you get that one from?
We should probably.
I don't know. It's just something that happens when I get really like startled, and I probably like static shocked you when I grabbed your legs.
And
Not as in like I zapped you, but
Mhm.
like as if you
Just the
I've been
static, yeah.
dragging my feet on
and
the
of
floor.
everybody here, you are probably the one most familiar with either when she's upset or when she's startled elements of the storm, sort of, yeah, because you work with her, so it doesn't happen a lot, but it's not anything new to you.
Still broke. Here it is.
Yeah.
It's cool.
You don't like getting yelled at with a thunderous voice, though.
No, I didn't like that.
We should probably take our break, let everybody stretch and whatnot. I have to change. We've gotten the new studio set up. We still have 2 cameras that run on batteries, so we do need to take a break in the middle and swap them out so that they don't quit in the middle of something. So we're going to take a 5 or 10 minute break. We will be back. We are going to continue this, and hopefully everyone stays. But yeah, this is our first stream for the new campaign, and getting everybody started. So I do have to. We don't have the remote either, so everybody gets to see me get up and walk off front. We will be back in just a moment. We are back.
For all of our cameras.
Working?
Yeah, they are.
Get mic'd up here. Figure out why that remote's not working. All right. Yep, looks like everybody's moving. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us through the break. All right, so what do you guys want to do with the creepy abode?
Here we go.
Let's kind of look at that end now.
I mean-
Stay here or burn it? No.
I would rather stay here.
I think I'm okay with staying here as
'Cause
well.
I'm getting the feeling we're gonna be here for a few days.
I'm thinking.
I'm
so.
thinking. What
And
are you thinking?
Yeah.
unless we investigate each one of these people individually in the farms and the homes and everything else, we need to have this happen. These things attack or
You did
whatever happened.
With the investigation roles, you did a little bit of the general information gathering, and like I said, everybody has said they have heard things hit their house,
Yeah.
and livestock seems to be a rare thing,
Yeah.
and whatever it is doesn't seem to actually like confrontation. It just seems to like ambush.
I think we should stay here and
Mhm.
unfortunately hope that something like that happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know, I think an hour of some, brisk tidying up and it'll be serviceable for, because it's pretty gross right now. It'll be serviceable for us to stay in.
Who has prestidigitation?
So, Thompson, the Shetland farms, are they reclusive? Did they come into town and interact with everybody else, or they
Yeah, as
just
much as anybody, more than some, since
Yeah.
they're
so they're rather friendly?
yeah,
Okay.
generally speaking, yeah.
Still like to check out the farm at
Sure.
some point.
I agree.
Overhearing some of the conversations. If you're wanting to stay here, you're welcome to do so, but there's not anything I can do about your safety if something weird happens.
We understand that. We understand that.
Why they were
He,
here in the
he
first
takes the lock off the door and locks it, the padlock, and puts it on the inside. Just
Is it-
basically as a gesture that he's also not going to lock you in.
Lovely.
It's like you're welcome to stay here if you want. Just
We have windows and shutters and everything on this house.
yes.
Can we have the key? For the lock.
No. It doesn't open just that lock.
Oh. Oh, well darn. I was hoping we could use it on our side to keep whatever it is out, but that's okay. We'll find some other way.
The door should have a lock from the inside.
Okay. Yeah. Let's just tidy this place up and see if there's still some remnants of hay or something serviceable for our animals and
Okay.
see what we can make do.
Just want to just spend a little bit of time
Yeah.
getting your stuff there, bringing your animals there.
You know,
The
sweeping it out
folks,
and throwing out all the old, gross. I don't want anybody getting sick.
okay, yeah, yeah. And it's actually a wagon from the sheep farm that brings by just just a large basket of hay, just enough for your 4 horses. But they bring down some feed and whatnot since you're going to be staying there.
I actually really want to burn all of this.
General interaction without full role play. They seem friendly enough. They're happy to help. They know why you're in town and that you're responding to their letters, so they're happy about that. They seem really uncomfortable. They don't hide it. They seem really uncomfortable about the property and sort of maybe wondering whether or not you're right in the head if you're going to actually stay there. But if you're going to stay there, your horses need to eat, so they brought you some hay and feed.
While they're kind of variously tidying up stuff and whatnot, I kind of want to go around the outside of the building on the door frame and the windows, and I think I have a little bit of, hold on, make sure I have it first.
And for the folks watching, since
I
we
do.
are still shaking out our new setup and mics and everything in the new place, can you let us know if our audio sounds good? Can you hear
Yeah.
everybody? Should we adjust anybody? Is anybody not coming through? Just as a general check. we would
Camera,
appreciate
lighting,
it.
that kind of stuff, or if you see it freezing.
Our lighting seems okay, but I feel a little spooky.
The backlighting is really good. Just the chunk of, charcoal that I have in the tinder box, and I want to inscribe what looks like a full moon, and then various like waning and crescent moons in an order. Just 5 little moon symbols.
Okay.
Above the door frames and window frames around, and just saying, just a little prayer for protection and guidance. More so, it's not like it's not a warding spell. It's just
Just a ceremony more or less for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, just because I'm nervous about my friends being safe in this house as well. And
Okay.
Not,
Yeah.
not entirely.
It takes
comfortable with
about 2 hours to head back down into town, get all your stuff gathered up, because I think only a couple of you are going to go, since you're warding up the house and getting rid of things that you're worried about people getting sick. You're warding up the windows with your holy symbols and whatnot. You're cleaning up, so you two go and get everything, bring it back. The horse feed is brought there, so it takes you a couple of hours. So we're looking at about 5 or 6 o'clock now. It's just dusk. It's not getting dark yet. Weather seems okay. It's just kind of cloudy and crappy, but it doesn't look like anything's terrible's going to happen. It does get really, really windy as evening starts to settle in and the valley cools down.
Are there any, because we're kind of in the foothills, are there any rabbits or deer around?
There are.
That would be a stretch. Are there any like like
There
rabbits?
are small game. There's large game would be further away from town, but yeah, there are rabbits. There's places you can fish. There's small ground birds like pheasants, that sort of thing.
So after I've like done the stuff on the doors and the windows and whatnot, I want to take my bow and would it be survival?
Yeah, just give a survival check.
Just try to get some rabbits because I'll get the hearth going and just get some rabbits roasting if I can manage to get them.
And there is a little bit of wood that's there. It's old, but it'll burn. It's not wet or anything. So you guys
21.
don't. 21? Okay, yeah. You come back with we'll just say 4 rabbits.
Cool.
Four
So I'll get
adult
to-
rabbits.
I'll get to work on them and get the hearth going and just kind of get them roasting, I guess, rudimentary, like on sticks, because I'm sure that there's not serviceable pots or whatever in there. You know what I mean?
There's none of that stuff was taken, so it's there.
Oh. Is there a well? I didn't even ask. Is there water?
But most of the water is actually, nobody has wells or pumps.
Uh-huh.
There's streams and whatnot running through most of the properties. So people usually just go get stream water in buckets for that sort of thing.
Can I do that?
You can do
Like,
that.
Okay, so I'll just get some food going and
We'll collect some firewood.
roasting, so we can at least eat and settle in and kind of
Yeah.
It just takes you a couple hours. It takes you a little longer since you're out actually hunting. So that goes into the evening when you come back and start making dinner and getting a fire going and making sure that you can cook something up. The shepherd does come back just after, it's right before dark. It's at the end of dusk. So you're out hunting when he comes back, but he does bring, it's just a basket of breads and a little bit of cheese. There's not a lot that folks were able to gather real quickly, but everybody wants to make sure you guys don't go hungry. So we'll see if we can find something better for you moving on. But
That's very nice.
This will. It's quite unexpected.
stay safe. I'll check on you in the morning.
Make sure we're all still here.
Not planning on leaving in the middle of the night and giving me another mystery. All right. And then you come back and there's there's a basket with some bread and a little bit of cheese in it. And is there anything else you guys want to do while dinner's being prepped? There's not. You guys have turned this place sort of inside out. There's nothing hidden in the walls or under the floors. There's nothing in the rafters. It does look like a house that was just abruptly abandoned, which falls in with the story of essentially Paul being told, sort of at spear point, to get his stuff and get out of town.
Well, just want to make sure the shutters close. And lock.
There's
That can happen.
there's 3 or 4 windows. There's like one on each wall, and
Okay.
yeah, they have glass windows, and they do have shutters that will close and bar, and then you can shut them.
Okay.
But now find a little place, kind of put my feet up, a little cheese,
So
bring
cli-
the dog, bring the foot across my lap. 6 feet. Nice. Tidy up my little area, look at my tools, make sure probably not.
After about 20 minutes of prestidigitation, this place is cleaner than it probably was when people lived here. So it's a fun spell.
It is a good stuff.
You guys just gonna relax for the evening?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
I
make
can't
sure that
imagine there's anything else.
All right. So yeah, you guys have what seems like decently fresh bread, farm fresh cheese, and you've got rabbits that are sort of being spit cooked for you, cleaned and just sort of roasted. And there's not really. Make an insight check for me. You guys do notice the weather.
17.
The weather picks up. All right, the weather picks up a little bit outside. You can hear the wind and the thatched roofing and the shutters and whatnot. It's not really bad, but you do hear the wind pick up. And it maybe it's the flue or it's the old house, but part of when the wind gusts, you can see the fire kind of dim out and get flare and get bright, and just like a campfire would with wind. The 3 of you notice that while it's doing that, Terranild is finishing, basically sort of getting the rabbits ready to go with what you guys are eating, and collects the rabbits off of the hearth, and turns around, and everybody's getting ready to have dinner. You guys see the fire sort of extend up in four pillars kind of behind her. And with your 17, the light's been changing in the room, so it doesn't really click with you right away. But you see, apparently, Jogra, based on the actual expressions of the players, looking at you with wide eyes. Not
I know
like,
you're
yay, I'm
hungry."
hungry for.
Oh my God, get out of there!
It's rabbits.
Where do you go up? Crossbow.
If you shoot me with that, you're not getting any rabbit.
Turn around.
So I
Okay.
just abruptly turn around.
You turn around and you see that the fire in the fireplace has turned into what looks like a hand facing you, and I need you to make a reflex save.
Which is what?
It should be just a D20 plus your
Yeah,
dexterity, and I don't think that's going to be one of your ones that you get your.
It should be your dex.
Okay.
Mhm.
This one?
For save. You should have for saving throws down below.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
add
that
0
one.
to it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
uh-huh. Yeah, well, the rabbit's kind of heavy. 2.
2?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
No.
I mean, it's just not very nimble.
You're a little taken aback by it, and it just happens too quickly. And the about the time it occurs to you that the pillars of flame are actually shaped like a hand, the hand grabs at you, and the fire wraps around you, and then it dissipates. It doesn't actually stay there. It does burn you a little bit. You take 1 point of damage. Yeah, the flame extended into the five pillars that look like a hand, and reached out and tried to grab Tyrannil, and it does grab her, but as it grabs her, it just sort of
Goes into nothing.
there's nothing to keep it burning, so it just basically splashes against her and is gone.
Is the hand still present?
Nope.
No?
Hmm.
The fire just one more and it's back to normal. And it injured you, so it is bad enough that it does hurt.
I don't know what I'm holding the rabbit in. I'm hoping it's a pot or a pan.
Well, you probably were rotating them and you had just taken them off of the fire, so I'm envisioning you just basically holding like 2 rabbit kebabs in each hand.
Um, I'm just utterly shocked, so I
Yes.
scream as I'm standing there holding it.
Yeah, you
And
don't
then
drop any.
freeze.
It happens so fast you don't drop anything. You almost don't even flinch just because your save was off by that much. It just got you completely flat-footed.
Well, I think we got somebody's attention.
Is there anything arcane residual about it, or is there anything to tell?
What exactly do you detect with an arcane check?
The school of magic, and if there's anything present.
And what is your check for that?
No, when you roll it.
If you're detecting it, yep.
Oh, I got 20, so 25.
Okay.
Nat 20?
Mm-hmm.
The first nat 20?
I had no, I had one.
Oh, did you?
I had a 26 on an investigation.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was able to identify the type of bug you just stepped on.
With your check, it's there's nothing residual to it, but there was transmutation magic at work.
Okay. Someone's messing with us, or there's something here doing it.
Nearby?
Would have to be nearby.
I push the rabbit at you guys and run outside. What, is it dark outside?
Yeah, it's dark outside.
Is it cloudy overhead?
It's cloudy, it's windy, it's not raining. It's just a cloudy night. And after the cooking and everything else, it is nighttime. You run outside and you can see across most of the valley. You can see fires and smoke in some of the other houses and whatnot across the foothills. It takes you just a moment to realize that there is also light around the back of the outshed of this building.
I take off running towards that.
Okay.
I don't know, is it dim light around it? I mean, it doesn't matter to me anyways, I have dark vision, but
It's fairly dark, but you can see safely enough to move. It's cloudy, so there's really no other light. There's not a lot of ambient light, but it's not like running in the pitch dark.
okay.
I'll chase. I'll be behind you. I'll be coming with you.
Are you bringing the rabbits you were handed?
God, I create. I quickly do make a mage's hand, and it's just purple translucent, and it has actually 6 fingers as it goes to grab it, and I put it back on to where the fireplace is, and then I let it dissipate, and then I follow her.
Okay. All right. So yeah, Tyrrell hands off the rabbits real quick, runs to the door, unbolts it and unbars it, and runs out the door. And Alamar seems to be following suit. What are you guys doing?
From my veins, what I did, matching between hospital and right in the woods.
I'm gonna grab one of the rabbits and I'll chew on it as I.
All right.
I'm hungry.
All right. So you all sort of see in turn as you come out the door in this order based on your speed of reaction. You see Tyrion will come out, look around, kind of adjust to the darkness real quick, and vision darts to the left, and you see what's going on. The outbuilding looks like there's a lantern or a campfire or something on the far side of it, and just running straight at it. Tyrion just turns and starts running.
Chase it.
You see him running after her.
Yep.
Okay. You're the first around the corner. What you see, you get around the corner, and hanging on a peg on the building where it should be, there is a lit lantern. And in front of a barrel, it looks like somebody is standing with their back to you. Really, all you can see is a really long, kind of tattered, dark cloak. And they look like they're approaching 7 feet tall. And they're just sort of standing there, and it looks like they're looming and looking over this barrel. And with the lantern kind of lighting everything up. The lantern is between you and them, or the lantern is behind them. So it's sort of silhouetting them. And they look up, and they're on the other side of this barrel from you.
So the barrel's in between me and them, or I'm
Yeah,
running
it's just
them?
like a rain barrel. Yeah.
I'm running up behind them, or
No, you're running up, facing them now.
I'm pissed. So I'm gonna run right up to the barrel, and I'm looking right up at them.
Okay.
What are they doing? What are they?
Well, you don't get there. Let's do initiative.
15.
Fine. Got 17.
7.
Why is this page not set up? That's what I need. Alrighty. First fight. Oh.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Ignore that. I didn't realize touching the screen did a thing. My initiative's actually 15, but I don't know how to add that to here.
Okay. You're mad. It's probably just 10, 12 feet away from you because it's not a real big shed. You come around the corner, and as soon as you sort of bristle up and come at it, what you see is like I said, this thing looks like it's almost 7 feet tall with the light behind it, and all you see is the outline of the cloak. It seems odd for just a moment. You're not entirely sure what you're seeing because it looks like it runs straight at you. The top part of it, at least, and there's a couple of short steps, and the top half of the creature is flying at you, leaping at you. They have initiative by a long shot. So, and as described, it's unnervingly fast.
Ooh.
Does a 16 beat your AC?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Okay.
So,
Chainmail on.
That's awesome.
and making sure.
Oh, you know what? Wait a minute. I don't have my shield in my hand. Let me take that off because that's going to drop my AC.
Like to.
So I have it on me with my mace, but I didn't take it out when I ran around the corner. So 16 does.
Okay, and I miscalculated it's to hit anyway. So it does hit you. This thing takes a couple of quick steps, clears because you're coming at it the 7-8 feet, coming at you almost like a spear. It slams into you, and you feel it biting all over your chainmail, and it finally finds purchase in some meat. And that is you take 4 points of piercing damage as this thing bites into you and just starts thrashing around. You are fairly quickly assaulted with the smell of just fetid grossness and wet animal. It smells like wet fur. And make a Constitution check for me. That might be one of the. I don't know what clerics get.
That should
for
be that number.
Yeah, 10.
And you're coming around the corner after her.
Mm-hmm.
You come around the corner and see this happen really quickly, and what happens quickly enough that you're not quite ready for it. From you come around the corner, Tyrnild's right in front of you, something is attacking, chewing on her, and from the darkness just next to them, something comes running at you fast, like a wolf or a dog, just unnervingly quick.
Okay.
And does a 12 beat your AC?
No.
Okay, so this thing leaps at you, and it looks like it's just trying to cannonball you or spear you. You get out of the way, and it goes about 6-7 feet past you and hits the ground and tumbles, and immediately corrects, and it's facing you, and it's low. And then we go to your turn.
Then I'm going to make a motion with my hand as it just frosts up and it looks like extreme cold. And I'm going to use frostbite on him.
Okay.
So he has to save versus a 13 Constitution save.
Okay, does not.
Then he takes D6, 5 damage, and his next attack, physical attacks, has disadvantage.
Okay. All right. And then
As bits of just ice and frost kind of just.
Tyrnild, it is your
Hit me.
turn. Yeah, and yeah, you see another one of these things. The thing that was in front of you just split in two, and one went out and around you, and
Oh.
you hear it engaging.
So there's 2 of them.
How
Yep.
far
Yeah.
away
Interesting.
is...
He's just 5 or 6 feet behind you. He was right on your heels, but you ran forward and he got attacked. So
Damn it.
you can step back.
Mm,
Okay.
Nope. Don't want to be any closer to you.
You can
Uh,
step forward. This thing is on you.
so if this thing is on me,
You can
and
move with it.
and I was in motion when it...
It's just heavy enough that it's sort of stopped and staggered you. However, it is on you, attacking you. So I'm going to say, if you want to carry this thing somewhere, half your movement, but you can move with it. You don't have it grappled, but it's also not letting you go, and it's small. So if you want to walk away to get distance from him, you can do that. Because of what this is, you can do that. 5e wouldn't let you do it, but I'm going to let you do that.
I want to hit both of them, and not just one of these, but I can. Is it it's physically I can grab a hold of this thing.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to try to do is fling it off of me, but when I grab it, I actually want to shock the shit out of it,
Okay.
like shocking grasp.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a can. Do I roll for a cantrip?
You still have to attack with it.
Yes.
Right.
So you have to make an attack.
What do I add to it though?
It's going to have go to yeah,
Yeah.
it should be your spellcasting modifier.
And is that one an attack or just a saving throw?
It's a physical attack,
Yeah, usually attack.
Yeah.
Attack rolls.
Okay. Just some of them are
but you're going to add your
some
plus
attacks.
5.
So 13.
13 hits.
So it's a
One,
D8. D8.
Oh, there's one. Okay. 8.
8 damage.
So 8 lightning damage, and it can't take reactions until the start of its next turn.
Okay. Stacking all of these effects I got to keep track of. Okay. Okay. And then we would move to Tristan. You
Do I get it off of me?
yes,
when I
because
shock it?
it's not grappled. It's basically you shock it, it's enough to let it go, and you can't fling it anywhere.
No, just to
But
get
yeah,
it
it's
off.
off you, and it's essentially at your feet.
If you want to back up some more, if you have more movement, it won't be
I
able to
haven't
lash out at
moved.
you.
I haven't moved anywhere.
You can move, and the technicality of what Joe is telling you, your spell means they can't take a reaction, which
Right.
means it won't get an attack of opportunity if you back away.
Yeah, I'm probably going to back up to where you are or behind you.
Okay.
There's one that went past him and
Yeah.
turned around.
You're going to be at my back because I'm looking at this other thing that's down there.
Oh, I'll probably back up until we're pretty much like, back to back,
Okay.
rather than turning my back on the thing. You know what I mean?
There's still going to be one behind you, though, is what I'm telling
Isn't he facing it?
you. No,
Oh,
The one I hit with the ice?
you turn. Okay, so you didn't turn back around to see what was going on.
No.
Okay.
I'm
All
paying
right.
attention
So
to
then,
this
yes,
guy.
you guys are facing opposite directions when you back
right.
up. Yes.
So I'll probably
and you're each
be
facing one.
like
Okay.
Yeah.
next to you, but facing the opposite direction.
And you guys see this. You do see something come out of the darkness and try to latch on to or tackle Alamar and kind of tumble into the darkness. You can see it. There's enough light that you can see it. You can't see what it is, but you can see where it is. And it skids to a stop and immediately gets up. It looks like it's going to attack quickly again. And you see there's other commotion. Alamar flings frost magically at it, and Tyrnil backs up so that Alamar is facing the one, and Tyrnil backs up from around the corner, but is still facing the other direction, not the one that Alamar is facing. And Tristan, it is your turn.
So after all the movement, which creature is within melee range of one of these two? Within 5 feet.
Neither of them are currently in melee range, but they are close enough to get to attack.
So
When it is
They can
their
run
turn,
in
they
and
can move
attack.
and attack. But there's nobody. They don't have anybody that you can see that's within like 5 or 6 feet striking
Okay.
range.
All right. So that negates my sneak attack.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I get what you're saying.
All
Yeah.
So they're probably about equidistant apart.
Yeah, and you can really only see the one that tried to tackle him and that he hit with frost, because the other one's still around the corner.
Yeah.
It hasn't come out into the open.
Okay.
You're guessing something's there because Tyrnil is really focused on something,
Okay.
and
So-
you can see Tyrnil is bleeding.
So the one I can see is.
Yes.
I'll shoot my crossbow at that one.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Ooh, that's a nat 20.
Oh, nice. Okay. We haven't discussed this as a group yet. You guys can decide how you want to do criticals as a group. My inclination is you inflict max damage and you roll for additional damage. You can roll twice if you want, but what we want to do is decide right now how it's going to be handled, because I also need to know how to handle it when I get it on. So do you guys have a preference?
So explain the alternatives. So
Either, let's say, you roll a
thought it was
d6
just
for the
roll for our
crossbow.
roll.
You roll 2d6.
yeah,
Or
that's typical.
you assume this is a 6, and you roll 1 extra die.
So I think
So
the rules.
Oh, so your first die
Is maximum
is
damage.
max, and you roll for additional damage.
Yes.
I think the
Okay.
rules is written though is like the crossbow is 2d8 plus 2 damage.
Mhm.
That's what it says here. So that would be 4d8 plus 2.
Yeah. Or do you want to take the first D8 as max and then roll the next 2 for damage instead of, right? Am I
He's
hearing
saying
that?
it's an alternative to
Yeah.
normal crits.
I'm,
Correct.
I'm ambivalent, to be honest.
I don't know. What do you guys prefer?
It's a deadlier option, or
Because whatever we do,
he
he does
gets.
back.
Right. I know. That's why I'm like,
Yeah.
eh.
So we could probably just do it as written. As
I'm okay doing it as written. It won't. It's less deadly
mhm.
on both ends.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh. I think
Okay.
I'm good with doing it as
So
written,
just
I
roll
think.
roll twice the dice,
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
and you've
So-
got a heavy
I
crossbow.
mean, it's gonna suck if they all come up ones.
This is a light crossbow.
Okay.
It says 2d8. Is that right?
That seems a little high. Let me look.
Oh, I think it. Okay, I know what happened. It's automatically doubling the dice.
Oh,
Oh.
because you used the roll on
Yeah.
the
D8
thing.
makes
Got
sense.
it. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's a
So yeah,
D8,
roll
but
damage.
it's because
Yeah.
you got a crit. It's giving
Yeah,
you.
it-
It's
So-
it's calculating for you.
It took
Yeah.
that into.
Kinda cool.
That's
That's
okay.
neat.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
All right,
So what did it get?
12.
No, maybe after this session we could think. But I don't know.
I think as written. as
You take the time to level the
otherwise-
crossbow
Yeah,
and get ready to shoot. It does. It looks like it was bristling up to go back at Alamar after it got hit with the ice, and it looks like sort of at the last moment it sort of sees you, and its movement is actually to bolt away, and you catch it between the shoulder blades just as it turns, and it just makes 1 or 2 steps and then falls, and it is down.
Murder.
Take that.
Yes.
And then Jogra.
See the far one?
You don't, but you have the movement to be able to get around the corner.
Well, as soon as that one falls, I'm turning because I know there's only one other one.
All right, so it was a good position. Okay.
You want to just move up to the corner of the shed or go around them? You've got the movement to do all of it. Everybody's real close. You guys were all following each other.
Looking forward.
Okay. Then yeah, you get to the corner of the shed and you see another one of these things. It's got a little more light on it from the lantern, and it just looks like this dark, kind of just drippy, grotesque thing. It looks like it's got some kind of animal fur or something on it, and you see it sort of shaking itself off, and you see the same thing. You see it sort of get situational awareness, and what it's doing is getting ready to turn and run, but you have your shot.
Okay. With my trusty lockpick, I will sit and wave it and cast fire.
Oh. Okay. What are you gonna do with a lockpick?
I love it. That's amazing.
So this bolt comes right out.
I'm like, what is he doing?
You should make it. You should make it have it look like a door.
Just this banging knocker. Knock, knock. There's just a bolt of flame bursts out of your lockpick, and
14.
14 does hit. What's the save for it?
That's gonna be like, that's
Let's see. Hold on. We'll see.
No, it's like a ranged attack.
Mhm.
So it's either gonna hit or
Okay.
some.
Okay. So roll your damage.
Come on, 2 points of damage.
Well, I already did 8.
Huh?
I already did 8,
So with your powers combined.
right? Smash the damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1d10. So
I know.
So
I have the visual.
Okay.
of that.
So yeah, top of the order. You hit this thing. Part of it, you can. It looks like it's wearing maybe some kind of garment of some kind, and its shoulder kind of lights on fire, and it falls off, and it's burning fur, and it turns and tears off into the darkness.
No.
And it is fast.
So if it's
God damn
turning
it.
away from us, are we engaged with it? Is it close enough that we would?
We're not close enough to take a
Yeah.
hit at it.
You'd have to be within what's called reach.
Yeah.
So
of melee
your-
weapons.
and try to get. I will try to run.
You guys
and get at least
were-
one more pot shot off of.
For roundness sake, you backed away
Mhm.
about 10 feet away. So from its starting point, you were about 10 feet away. This thing, at the end of its movement, is approximately 90 feet away from you.
Holy cow. It's fast.
That's what people have been
No,
telling
don't
you.
do that.
And remember, they disappear in the rain. So
Dude,
Its base rate is 40.
Is that its
But
action?
yes,
it's probably all
So-
every.
I want to cast guiding bolt at it as it takes off, or
okay. Do you have the 90-foot range for it?
120 feet.
Cast it.
Uh,
And actually, just to keep things in order, Alamar, you are up first. If
Oh,
there's
just
something-
kidding.
I am going to run.
Okay.
Towards it. Well, I'm going to take my movement towards it,
Okay.
and then I need to cast. So I have a 90-foot range again, where I'm going to use frostbite.
Okay.
So, and that's simply he has to save versus Constitution 13, or it doesn't hit.
It seems to resist that one. Does anything
Okay.
happen if he resists?
Nothing.
Okay.
If he makes the
So
save, nothing
you
happens.
reach out with frost, and you see the frost freeze and run along the ground, and it wraps up on it, and you see frost mist coming off of it, and it's still running.
Okay.
You feel your spell doesn't grab it.
Okay.
Now, guiding bolt, if you would like.
Okay.
Are you going to close any distance first, or just let it go?
No, I probably would sprint my distance.
Okay.
I have normal.
So you move
You
up
can go
30 feet,
30,
which
yeah.
puts it at 60, just in case it runs again. So it's at 60 feet away from you. Do your thing. Guiding bolt, if it's the one I think it is, it's
I don't think this is
ugly.
gonna hit it.
It's-
I was like, what the hell?
Just adding to the tension.
Made us all look.
Yeah, I don't think I with the spell attack it's a
You're gonna
9.
get a +5.
Oh, Elu rated us. Hi, Elu. I hope you were able to survive and not starve. I actually had a different tab open to run the game. I don't know how long ago you rated us, but thank you for the raid and hello. And thank you for the first time chat. Welcome, everybody.
Yeah, I don't hit it. It's a 9.
I don't know if this works. Didn't starve, but didn't survive. Yeah. What you're doing in that game seems like it's actually a tough thing to do.
Which game?
She was playing Don't Starve, but
Oh,
she's
the-
doing some kind of
Peanut and I played that. That was hysterical.
she's playing the solo one, but she's doing some kind of arcade challenge where she has to like defeat 8 worlds in sequence. It sounded like.
Oh.
But it's real death. So even if you get to world 5 and something gets you, if you
5
want, you got to
worlds.
start over.
Yeah, it's not
So
good.
it sounded tough. 5 worlds. I'm being corrected. 5 worlds.
Yeah.
But yeah, it sounded tough. What'd you roll to hit?
It was a 9.
And does it give you? It was the total 9. Or your 9 plus your 5. Okay. 9.
Nope. I
Total
rolled,
9. Okay. So yeah.
rolled a 4.
Guiding bolt is this luminous ball of magic. So what does it look like when you release it into the dark night
Um,
because it's going to be this bright magic.
yeah, it coming from me, it kind of looks like it looks the same like if you know how lightning moves through clouds, so you can see the shape of the lightning, but it's not like a hard line. It's like muted, and that's what it would look like coming from me.
Just sort of
mute like
crackling
yeah, like a
irregularly.
muted lightning bolt.
Okay. And it lights up the terrain and everything with this bright luminescence, and it's just running irregularly enough that it's hard to hit. And that is still their turn. Tristan, you see they're still engaging something around the corner. You see them gave chase.
I'll run up 30 feet.
Okay.
Am I able to see it?
You can. Yeah, there's enough going on, and it's not like unnatural darkness or anything.
Okay.
What is the range on what you're shooting? Because I'm going to give you about 20 feet forward movement, which puts it at about 70 feet.
Short range is 80.
80?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, go ahead and make your attack roll.
Okay. That is a miss. 8.
All right. And you moved up as well, so you see magic is being thrown after this thing, and it's apparently impervious to magic. It's strange.
Keep its purpose in mind.
Well, it didn't like your fire, and it's trying to leave.
Yes.
So, same one.
No magic can do the trick.
My second game, the
Okay.
firebolt,
Okay. What's the range on it?
101.
Okay. You're good then?
Oh, it's a hit. 22.
Okay. That definitely hits. Roll your damage.
Come on. I'm gonna feel better. 6.
It. Yeah, you see the fire tear it up and burn it, and it hits solidly. It doesn't howl or let anything out. It just looks like it staggers a little bit, and it's still moving.
Damn.
Yeah, it's still running.
All right.
It's still running.
Uh-huh. And it's gonna do its thing again. So you guys were 60
60
feet
feet.
away. All right, so it is
Wow.
now 140 feet away at the end of its turn. And it is running into the darkness. The more you pursue, it's going to get dark. I'm not saying you can't.
Well,
Some of you
I'm
can see in the
don't you
dark.
have-
stopping my
Don't you have dark
pursuit.
vision?
I do.
Yeah.
But
And like I said, it's not unnatural dark. It's just you guys are going to
no,
be
it's just nighttime.
out in the rocks with the darkness.
Right.
But my
I
dark
mean,
vision is up to 60 feet.
yeah, but I mean, if we're still running, it's not like we're gonna fall on something. It's like,
No, but this thing is so fast, and I don't have anything that can hit it at this range. I'm stopping my pursuit.
well, if I run 30 feet at it,
Mhm.
it's still within my range.
Because that puts it at 110 feet. You going to do it again?
It bit me though.
Oh, so you
You're
are-
bleeding and it hurts
Yeah.
and smells gross. But yeah. And this is the one that bit you.
Yeah,
shock
I
versus
am gonna-
versus again.
I am gonna try to kill it because I'm worried if it gets away, I won't be able to figure out how to heal.
Okay. So what do you
From what
have
it
with
is.
that range?
It's 120 feet.
What are you casting?
Oh,
Guide-
guiding bolt.
Guiding bolt again? Okay.
Hit it. 17.
17 hits. Roll your damage.
Is that right?
Guiding bolt's a nasty spell.
Oh, is that your first level spell?
Yeah.
It is. That's yeah.
Okay.
You just have to hit with it.
Does it have a saving throw when you hit?
It's a ranged attack.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think ranged attacks have.
Oh, I could have used advantage. Damn it. whatever.
But does it have a save of any kind to take half damage?
It doesn't say it anywhere,
No.
right?
Okay.
It says on a hit, it takes radiant damage.
Yeah.
But
Well, there's
Usually
on a
AO
miss, you might have had half damage.
Usually
Did
A-
you already cast this before on your last turn?
I did. So
I just think you nerfed yourself. That's all.
7 damage.
Okay. And you do have 2 first level spell slots, right?
That was my second.
Okay. But I'm saying you do have 2, right?
Yeah, I do. I marked them off as I used them.
All right.
Keep using that spell. I think
So,
you should have given yourself partial damage on your last one if you didn't get the hit.
It just says on a hit, it takes 4d6, and the next attack roll, I get advantage. There's no.
Oh, there's no follow. There's no half damage. Okay.
yeah, there's no save.
No.
All right. So, yeah, again, you channel your moon lightning, and it crackles through the sky or crackles through the air between you and it. You see it hits, and the creature buckles, and it actually lets out this resounding, just painful gurgle. And you see that your lightning, the radiant damage from your lightning, actually branches out and strikes it like 3 or 4 more times. And there's this bright flash of just this pale blue of your moon magic. And there's just embers settling in the dark.
Well, good.
Sort of, except for the fact that I have to figure out what it's made out of to heal.
Oh, let's.
So I'm gonna run towards it to try to pick up whatever's left of it.
Do you have a proficiency in arcane?
No.
Do you have proficiency in religion?
Yeah.
Roll your religion. Because it would apply to this.
22.
More than adequate. All right. It is utterly destroyed. Utterly. There's embers that were floating to the ground. It's like a paper bag got set on fire. In order for something to react like that to the power level that you have and what you just unleashed, it has to be something very, very unhappy and susceptible to radiant damage. It is more than likely something undead or something unnatural.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay.
But this one's destroyed.
Right.
Yeah,
But
your
that's
magic, the radiant power of your magic,
really bad
utterly
news.
destroyed this thing.
Really bad news for me.
We need to see if this is. What
There's still another one.
So the embers, I'll just-
All that's left are some just gross patches of sheep hide that still have wool on them. That
That's
look
sheep hide?
sheep hide. Yep. It looks like whatever it was maybe had some of it on it, like it was wearing it.
Oh, look at that.
Okay.
I'm gonna pick up a piece of it anyways, because if its blood is on it, I may need to use it. But yeah, I'm just utterly frustrated and trudging back to where these guys are.
And yeah, you guys all see it. There's this flash of radiant magic that you're guessing the entire valley must have seen, like a lightning strike.
When I get to you guys, like, I'm just so totally upset about the whole thing. It looks like my hair is damp and there's like small rivulets of like water starting to bead up on my skin. And I'm not crying, but I'm so frustrated, angry that it looks like I might.
And you guys all notice that she is bleeding from the shoulder and neck area.
Let's take care of where it got you, and let's pull the other remains into the house and take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get you patched up.
16 passive investigation? 15.
How much damage did that
16.
thing do to me?
You weren't marking it when I told you? I think it did 4 when it bit you, and you had 1 from earlier from the fire.
Just trying to keep track of it.
Yeah, you should have a total of 5 damage, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the stuff on the. We don't have a table, so I'll just put it on one of the benches, you know.
We have the back altar.
And I have, I think I have that healing salve in my pack.
You do. You have a
Um,
total of 8 points of healing you can do with that, unless you've got some other kind of magic you can heal yourself with.
That took all of my. Divine allotment of energy for the day. So I'm just gonna wash off the wound as best I can.
Make
So
a
that
healing check.
we can see. What am I?
Medicine.
A healing proficiency, or medicine. I keep calling it healing. Make a medicine check. Too many role-playing games.
23.
You are able to clean up the wound. One gross thing is you do seem to have some kind of canine stuck in you. It came out by the root. You do get it out of your wound and clean it and whatnot. It becomes really apparent, since you guys have dragged this thing in, that what you're looking at is some kind of mostly skeletal zombie of something like maybe a kobold or goblin, or it's got the wrong head shape for a goblin. It's probably a kobold or something similar.
Okay.
It is an animated corpse of one. It seems to be really, really old. There's not much meat left on it.
We need to go back out there. It was doing something over the barrel, the water. I don't even know what was in the barrel. I'm assuming it was water, but I don't know.
What's your passive insight?
15.
It occurs to you, especially while you're thinking about it and worried about that, especially with the lantern and all of that, it's fairly apparent it was waiting for you and ambushing.
Oh, okay.
You had valid concerns, but while you're running back, you came around the corner and they were standing there waiting, and the moment they saw you, they came at you.
So weird that it stood on top of each other.
And you notice,
Yeah, that is.
as you're coming back in,
There was two of them
Maybe
over the side window
Yeah.
of the building, the side we're on,
Or
and
maybe
over
they
the
were
door,
at it.
even with all the
There's a
commotion,
dog and then something
um,
riding a dog.
you see
I
that
don't
there
know.
is
The other
But
one,
it was so
some kind of
unnatural
dark
fast.
sticker
right.
smeared
The thing is
over
like,
the rooms that
there's no
Laura put
storm.
on the door.
Obviously, they're still around
They
here.
have
And
been
obviously, they're
messing
smart enough to set us up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a
with
So-
whole
everything
different
going on, you
dimension
don't think anybody
than
else
some
is
kind of animalistic behavior targeting
Yeah,
smaller prey
we're already inside the
But
hut,
yeah.
right?
is a problem.
You guys have come back in. She's cleaning her wound. You guys are assessing what it is. Your best guess is it's some kind of kobold zombie.
Terranil, something has messed with your runes that you carved above the door and has covered them up with the dark ichor. So we are not alone.
They must have done that while
When we ran out?
mm,
No, they would have had to have
probably
done it when we were
beforehand, and we
inside.
didn't catch it.
Can any of you magically look out? Have that ability?
I don't have any. I don't know how to. No, like a
Scry?
fireside or something like that. No, I don't.
There is a rumbling. The floorboards of the house rattle a little bit, and the fire in the hearth, it doesn't explode, but it just bursts and kind of scatters all over the room and is out, leaving you guys in the dark for a moment.
With our dark vision, can we see anything moving
No.
around us?
You guys are still alone in the house. And when that happens, everything settles. There's no more movement. There's no more sound. There's no more creaking.
I'll just do prestidigitation and light that back up.
Okay. You have to kind of gather things back to where they should be. But yes, you can do that. It's simple.
Okay.
But it actually
It
scattered
threw
fire
the
across
stuff in the. Okay.
Is there, wait, I kind of motioned to stop. Is there anything in the hearth inscribed under the fire?
That's a good question.
Any sigils, any signs, any,
Like what about in the flute area?
Okay.
like, that
You
would've
guys
been-
look. It's still hot. The fire was still going. With
would I
your
roll insight?
prestidigitation and stuff, there isn't anything.
In the.
What the F
Okay.
can control things like this from a distance?
Folks proficient in arcane,
Not me.
give me a check.
Not me.
23.
17 and 23. It strikes you guys that this, just like maybe the trick earlier, is kind of a magical tantrum. This
Okay.
this felt like frustrated use of the arcane.
There
But that,
might still be something out there that we have not detected yet that's doing this. Or it could be something residual.
and all of
that's here, I
the
don't
windows and shutters are closed, there's no.
Yep.
So who can do, like, unless they're invisibly but I mean, then again, I don't know much about dark arts of any kind, so.
know. I'll take a lap around the house, make sure nothing else. I'll just keep an eye out, just see if anybody else is still possibly casting something or is still out there.
Investigation check while you're walking around.
I'm gonna use the salve on my wound.
How many points?
Very squishy.
You can heal yourself in the morning.
8 on investigation then.
Yeah, I'll just. I don't even know if what I have is gonna heal
Investigation check.
on me.
I'll go walk out past that little structure.
25.
Now
Just
I
sort of
can-
paying attention to everything that's going on. You're able to sort of keep track of the things that are happening as they unfold. One of the things that you do notice is when Alamar walks by the windows out while he's outside, you can see where he is as he sort of passes between the boards of the wooden shutters and whatnot.
Mhm.
You can see when he moves past them. While he's outside checking the perimeter.
Okay.
So it's obvious I'm walking by.
I'll keep a more watchful eye for
Because
that
we
type
didn't
of
see
movement.
anything before. So
What you put together is that the shutters are not tightly gapped. So if you can see out,
they can see in.
Mm-hmm.
there we go. That's what I was walking you to. And what'd you get? Or what was your decision? I'm sorry.
Can you knit curtains?
Where did I get the salve?
From the widow, the old man that works in the curio shop with you.
Oh, yeah.
He made that for you. Well, he gave it to you before you left. You know he made it.
Yeah. I'm gonna use a little of it, so like 3 points.
Okay. So it, over the next few minutes, it mends and numbs and makes you feel better. You heal for 3, and 3 of those 8 points are spent from the set. Okay. So what do you guys do? I'm not sure what it is you're using to detect the arcane. There's residual magic, but you're not
Yeah.
detecting any other magic. You're not detecting any
I just want
active
to make,
spells.
yeah, because if there's still stuff going on, I'm all like, is there something I can see or detect, or someone else is obviously doing magic to cause more harm here?
And something seemed to happen after those things were dead.
Okay. But my investigation, I got an 8, so if I don't see them, I wouldn't be surprised.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
And like I said, you detect there was clearly magic that was happening, so there's arcane resonance in the air,
Yeah.
but you're not detecting anything happening or anything being sustained.
Okay.
And you did get to see that these creatures are apparently quite fast, just like you were told.
That's really fast. Okay.
Nobody likes fast zombies.
I have
Yeah,
a little bit of a
Nobody
theory here
survives. You're right. Nobody survives fast.
that Paul Trellin, the mage that lived here, has a grudge against his town.
I was wondering the same thing.
And if he was into the dark arts, he has taken his vengeance out on the people of this town.
We just have to figure out.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what he learned in the year that he was away.
Or how the other people of this town wrong his family or something. I don't know. Or vice
So-
versa. Who knows? But
Well, now we know that the phenomenon of them happening during the storm,
It's just a
That's-
cover.
yeah, that's not how they're getting here, I don't think.
It's just
Because they're still here and they're smart enough to lay in wait for us.
and they're quick enough to where who knows how far out they came from to get back into the village.
I mean,
And to be waiting for
seriously,
us
if they were
here,
running
so-
at that speed and hit the side of the house, or running at that speed and leapt on top of the roof, it would sound like they were falling,
Yeah.
Mhm.
crashing, from a great height or something.
Out of curiosity, is any tracks on the
Ooh, good one.
Make an investigation check.
Or what about survival for like prints or anything?
If you have survival, you can roll that instead for tracking.
22?
22. There are tracks that match the ugly little bony feet of the things that you fought and killed. All of those tracks are out by where they were, and what you do notice is the tracks start. It looks like they come off the roof. You can see an impact, and then they sort of mill around the barrel, and then there's one set of footprints where it looks like they stacked up and waited.
Yeah, literally, to look like something that's 7 foot tall.
So did they get dropped off?
You do, you don't see any tracks coming up. It looks like they start when these things come off the roof
These things
or
were,
land, but they land right
is there
next
any
to it.
tracks around the house?
There are.
But
There
how,
are
how tall is the,
boot tracks, not paw tracks.
There's boot tracks.
And they are outside the window that would
From you?
look in to see.
did they
The
match
heart.
your foot?
Well, no. With an 8, you walked right over them. However, with a 22, yeah, it's annoying. It needs light bulbs changed. Jogren can tell that somebody else was standing there before you walked over.
Okay.
There's not anything else that can be seen, but it does look like somebody walked up to the window and sort of milled around the window for a little bit, shifting their weight every now and then, so you don't know how long they were there.
I can see if I can pick up those tracks and see where they led off to.
Boot tracks.
Okay. With your investigation skills and whatnot, what you see is they walk over to the shed, and then there are 2 footprints that are side by side facing the wall of the shed, and that's it. The shed where you had your combat, which is just a 3-walled like bus stop type thing.
Is someone
Let's investigate the shed.
No, but it's like
Okay.
there's gotta be
What it
some
looks
kind of
like
shrine
is
or
it
portal
walked up
or-
to the thing and maybe jumped onto the roof,
on the spot?
or stood and stared at the wall and went nowhere.
or
False
went-
floor?
went
Anything?
through it.
No.
It's all open ground out there, and the other side of these boards is the covered shed where the water barrel and the lantern were, where the fight took place.
Now, you said there's blue footprints, right?
Yeah, that's what I just followed.
That's what you follow?
Yeah.
Those things dropped off the roof. It looks like this may have jumped onto the roof.
And what is? It seems there's a possibility of conjuring, like creating these things on the spot, so there's no hint of them before they actually appear.
I'm gonna look up into the sky.
It is cloudy.
I see
That is it.
anything floating.
No.
No.
Are they getting airdropped in?
Yeah,
That's,
Like an
yeah,
air balloon.
I know. That's
Something to that effect. A dirigible.
I
The
was
Z
gonna
and
say,
Zeppelin
is
is
there
for zombies.
some kind of portal or
we're done.
something?
If they're fast, the Zeppelin moving zombies, we're all done.
They're gonna fast rope out of the Zeppelin.
Oh, the unhumanity.
They are kobolds.
Well, this other. How is it? The other thing, is it pretty much a zombie or is it a skeleton at this point?
It looks like it's a zombie.
Okay.
It's just the corpse is really old and mostly rotten, and it looks like pieces of just sheep hide have been sort of draped over it and buckled to sort of change its shape and sort of texture and whatnot. It's clearly not hiding anywhere. It's disgusting. It's matted.
Yeah.
It stinks. So it's not like it's hiding in the sheep or anything. But
No.
it looks like stuff has been put on it to sort of maybe disguise what it is.
That's so weird.
And
I don't know what.
You said it's like a kobold?
Yeah.
So it doesn't have wings
what it
or
looks like.
anything. Does it have ichor on it?
Oh, it's all through it. It's disgusting. It's a rotting corpse.
But I mean, like the stuff on the door frames.
It looks like it could be the same stuff.
Don't make it.
No, me either. Make sure
It's-
you guys don't touch that.
No.
It looks to you like something disgusting was smeared over your runes, essentially to desiccate them.
Yeah.
It's simply as a matter of disrespecting what you did to the portals of the house.
Well, we need something to cover up the windows, basically, so they can't see in. If
You can find stuff to hang over them if you would like.
okay,
Use that
so
wet
that
sheep
way,
pelt.
if they need to be able to see what they're looking at to cause us this trouble, at least that eliminates this small problem.
Easy enough. There's old bedding and blankets and stuff, plus you guys have some of your own stuff that you can hang over the windows. They're not big windows. So yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
And the rest of the night goes uneventfully if you guys want to just jump forward.
Yeah, I'm fine for fast forwarding till morning.
This is gonna reset my healing.
Your cast.
well, I mean the cast, yeah, but if I hit take a long rest, it recovers 2 hit points up to 1 hit dice and 2 spell slots,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
Oh, long rest should heal you fully
You should be healed in full.
and recover all lost spell slots.
Hang on just a second. I can't do it with my account apparently.
Hmm. Well, we need to know how they're. I don't know. I'm still skeptical that they're just falling from the sky. I don't buy that. Whoever this third party was in the boots, I don't know if he had something to do with summoning, conjuring, whatever it is with these other undead materialize. I don't know if this person has the power to do that.
How light are these skeletons?
Hmm.
I can't. That's spam. I don't know.
Huh?
We have a spammer in the chat.
Yeah. What's the weight of the skeletons? About 30 pounds or so?
With them wet and wearing the sheets and everything, yeah, they're like 50, 60 pounds.
Well, it'd be a little tough to throw those guys.
Yeah, and especially with their speed and how fast they launched themselves. I mean, I don't doubt that they can do that, but someone carrying them seems kind of odd into position and then dropping them there.
Yeah.
Yes. That is a little odd.
So I don't know about that.
Well, in any case, we've got
And
things to
also,
report.
when you guys rest, one of the other things you can do is spend your hit dice.
Awesome.
Doesn't she have a hit die at level 1?
That's on a short rest.
You can do that on long rest too, though, can't you?
I think long rest just heals all hit points lost.
Oh, that's right.
And then
That's
short rest you can use.
Yeah.
And then during your long rest, you
Yeah.
recover half of your
Yeah.
maximum hit dice.
Okay.
If I'm remembering that correctly.
Okay, we're good. All right. So yeah, you guys letting the evening pass?
Yep. Yeah. I mean,
Okay. You guys all get your rest. In the morning, Thompson does show up. He has some more cheese and a little bit of sausages and that kind of thing, that some eggs, just some breakfasty stuff. He knocks on the door.
I'm
I'll
gonna walk
answer.
over- Yes.
And
When
I'll,
you open the door, he's standing there with, some food on in a platter and in a basket and whatnot. And you just see he's looking up at the door frame like,
ran into a little trouble last night, Thompson.
"Buddy, okay?
We managed to come out
What
with
is
some.
that smell?"
I stand at the side. It's that thing. This is what's been attacking your villagers.
Looks like he really wants to see what it is, but it looks like he still doesn't want to come in the house. And he's not happy with the odor, and he hands you the food. "I told you this was a bad place to be."
Well, perhaps you
For
might.
answers, this was the best place to
Yeah.
be.
Perhaps you might enlighten us with more information regarding Paul Trellian.
We need to get him to walk over there.
We
so
don't-
you can see about his boots.
We don't like to talk about him, but if anybody's going to talk and
Maybe take him for a
it not
tour.
cause trouble, it would be me. What are you wanting to know about him?
I have a theory that he might be taking vengeance out on this hamlet.
I don't know why. We didn't kill him. We didn't even tell him to stop what he was doing. We just told him to get the hell out of town.
Well, that's maybe why he's,
Tristan, take him outside and show him the points of interest.
yeah, I'll take him out to the shed.
Okay.
This is,
With the guys up, do these boots match up for what's been walking around outside from before?
Yeah.
Just a hunch.
No, they don't seem to match his boots.
Okay. What about his is his other friend, the other younger boy, still with him this morning?
He's not with him this morning.
Okay. It was worth a shot.
yeah. So as we experienced some strange things, that as after some rabbits were being pulled off the fire reached out and then attacked our friend over here, and then she ran outside, and it turns out that these creatures were waiting in ambush for us.
What do you mean you ran into some problems with the fire?
Well, that's
Someone
why
was-
I ask about Paul, because the fire acted in an unnatural way. Almost as if a dark arts master had controlled it.
He never really showed much aptitude in actually using magic. But he would talk about strange things, and he had told some people in town that he had books and information that he wasn't supposed to, but he just wasn't right. It's like he was getting arrogant about things that he can't do. And before that became a problem,
Does it sound
we wanted
like,
him gone.
I don't know, would either arcane or history help me out as far as, does this sound like he might have made a pact with something or an entity to gain power?
That might explain how something happened so quickly. It's been a year. A year is probably enough for him to actually study and learn magic if he had a way to learn it.
Yeah,
Um,
it would be.
but
Rudimentary magic.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like these things. But yeah, I'm just trying to puzzle out.
and that's, you don't know what he knew before they ran him out of town. But
Yeah.
I don't even know what magic is.
And did you
fire
ever
hand.
see the books
I mean,
that he
unless
had?
it's- if you can
Well,
mage hand in a
um,
fire.
there are other
no,
cantrips
it wouldn't have
that
made a
you
lot
can
of
use to
sense
manipulate
to me.
fire to make those things in use.
Or where
So
he
it's
may
not out
have
of the question.
gotten the books? Or come to acquire them?
There's nobody here,
That
and there
one.
hasn't been for a generation or two that actually
Yeah.
practices magic of any kind. So until his trouble, it was never really a rule or a custom. But since him, we really prefer to not have it in town.
Prior to
it
him.
seemed to touch him and make him wrong.
Prior to him, was there anybody else?
If you want to not use that salve, I forgot 5e. You take a long rest, you get all your hit points back.
Oh, well, yeah.
And you, of all people in the party, would know that.
Are there any lingering effects?
Yeah,
what?
but
And prior to Paul,
I'll ask.
was there anybody else that used magic?
No, we had some folks that could do things with the crops and with nature a good while back, but that was before I was even alive. We see it come through. We know what it'll do. It's not like it's uncommon. We're a small village and we don't have any of it here.
If we could, I wonder if it'd be worth speaking to elderly residents of the town.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt.
we can ask the people that specifically suffered damage,
Mm-hmm.
if they had any, feuds or argument with him specifically.
Who's the closest neighbor to this house?
The Shindons, they were friends of the family for a long time. You can see them across the valley there. 15-20 minute walk away. There used to be a path between the houses. You didn't even have to walk up the road.
Say that should be our first lead. We'll talk to the neighbors.
Before we leave, I want to take the bandage off of the wound. Obviously, I've regained my hit points, but is it healed?
It's not completely closed. It's going to take a couple of days. But as far as physical trauma that you can suffer before you die, your hit points are back.
There's no lingering effects like the other people at the apothecary.
Yeah, yours has healed normal.
Oh, okay.
You're,
That's what I was asking.
yeah, you're not feeling sick. You're not feeling
Okay.
anything festering.
Well, that's good.
It's odd, but that's good. I wonder what it is about. I'm not human.
I wouldn't chance it. Maybe it gives you some.
Does that give me any insight in terms of the fact that my wound was feeling different than theirs?
You're not sure why.
Mhm. And there's nobody who's been attacked that has had 0 side effects.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're the 2 people that are not in the infirmary didn't actually have any physical altercation or get wounded.
Okay.
The 4 people that have actually
Taken damage.
yes
have
been
infected.
wounded in the altercation
Okay.
seem to be sick.
I'm gonna
Okay.
wrap up the bits we keep collecting of these things. So the desiccated piece and the canine and the bit of zombie.
There's a whole zombified corpse there. What bits do you want to keep?
That one can stay where it is. I'm just gonna wrap up these other ones and put them in my pack in a different handkerchief.
Does anybody need the more intact zombie corpse? Should we? Let's destroy it and burn it.
We should probably.
I don't want it
I'm just
coming
having
back.
I'm just having an inkling that we should probably, like, I don't know if there's any like clay pots or jars around here, or whatever. The ichor that's on it, I don't know, just maybe scrape some off and keep it in there.
Okay. I don't want someone with the knowledge to be able to come back to this thing and reanimate it.
Oh no, yeah, it needs to be wiped out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then I will conjure my mage hand and use my prestidigitation to scrape off bits of it into a jar and put it back up on the shelf, not touching it.
Hey,
Love it.
good use of magic as far as I'm concerned. Okay.
And
Love it.
wrap that rest of that body in a cloth, and then we'll put it in the hearth and let's burn it.
You gonna burn it in the house?
Or we can burn outside. That'd probably be better.
Burn it outside.
Let's burn it outside.
Otherwise, that smell's going to be
That's gonna
embedded
linger.
in the walls.
That's gonna linger. Yeah, let's burn it outside.
Just checking. Yeah.
Okay.
You guys set it ablaze outside. You guys have breakfast. Once the corpse has been set on fire, unless you need something from Thompson, he's going to leave. He was just checking on you. He's got nothing good to say about the property, and
Okay.
get a couple of I told you so's. You shouldn't be staying there.
Yeah, but we wouldn't have had this lead otherwise. Not
I'd like
that
to
it's really a true lead. I mean, we found out some little bits of information, but we still don't know where it is, someone's making them.
And I think they're in the area
Mhm.
because of
And
the,
it's bolting off where, if it kept bolting in the direction and we did not take it down, where would it have gone?
The second one was just running north into the hills. The first one was actually turning to run away from you, which would have taken him further into the village.
Okay.
Would have taken
So
him east.
not. Yeah.
They weren't running towards
They
something
weren't
specific.
like. Yeah, they weren't. They both didn't want to like go to the same place.
It didn't look like it.
They were just running to get
I
away.
was wondering that too.
It did look like, again, matching the stories, as soon as they felt unmatched or resisted, they were bolting rather than staying to fight.
Okay.
They just,
All right.
it happened so quick with the four of you that they didn't.
Well, we can't assume
Decide.
this was the only one. So
Still long shot, but it's just waiting to see if you have any memory of anything that's a magical item that you
I wouldn't.
skeleton bone knuckles.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
No, there's not. There are magical items, powerful artifacts and stuff for raising undead armies and whatnot, but this is not. This was not a horde. This was two kobold zombies.
And nothing this fast.
The speed of it, yeah.
This is different. I mean, it's unique.
This isn't something that I would even have the training or experience to know. There might be people in my order that would. They
'Cause I've never heard of something that fast. That's dead. I mean, not like. I don't know. It might have given more thought than a zombie or a skeleton, but
and I don't
it
know.
seems to have
Maybe when we
because it ambushed us knowingly.
right.
So it has a little bit more intelligence to it.
Either that or
or-
what's directing it is
That could be true too. Maybe while we were fighting the thing, whatever was controlling it was watching it from a remote location. I
With
don't
the
know.
roll I had
but
you
if
make
that's true, it wouldn't have let them
way
bolt.
previous while you were
It would have
walking
made
through
them
the
keep
village,
fighting until they were destroyed.
after
If it was
putting
animated.
together
Do you know what I
some of the
mean? It
stories and
bolted
what
out of
happened last
self-preservation.
one of the things that
Maybe it's a.
occurs
An
to you
expensive
is you're
commodity
fairly
he didn't
certain
want
that
destroyed?
every one of the
I
people
don't
that
know.
had
Weird, but these are super
one of
old
these
corpses.
things
It's not
land
like
on
they're
their
freshly
house
animated.
or try to come through the roof
Yeah,
or
Like they
hit the
could be
wall
cheap and
really
easy
hard.
just to reanimate because
Um,
they're just out
The
there. I don't know.
geography
Yeah.
of
There's a
their
lot of
property
questions.
was such that there was a rock outcropping or some kind of outbuilding or maybe a short drop off for an irrigation ditch or something. There was some kind of high ground above the house. It didn't really stick out to you before this altercation because most of these things were like 20 or 30 feet away from the house. But you're thinking if these things are not actually falling out of the sky and they're as fast as they were, they might be able to clear like a 30-foot distance to land on a roof. But all of the places that those reports have come from, and you can take some time today to double check, you seem to remember there being some kind of geography that would sort of give them a place to pounce or launch from.
Okay.
I'll confirm that.
You spend some time just checking places out. The
As we walk
the
around,
property.
yeah.
Oh
Good
yeah.
neighbors.
If you're going out to investigate, I'll be glad to come.
Okay.
with you.
Give me another investigation roll. Since
Yeah.
actually,
See if I can find the trail to the neighbor's house.
And then do we want to go to
Oh, look at that. Another nat 20. 26.
Oh, dang.
the
Um,
the sheep the farm place
20.
also?
That's going to give an opportunity that I was not expecting. And you're looking for what?
I was just asking them if we also wanted to go to the farm place, the
Oh,
one we didn't visit the day before.
you guys, do you want to just sort of do an investigation cull roll, or do you want to
I'm
interact
fine
with
with
the folks
that.
again? Okay.
If that's
So the stories are the same from the other people that you talk to. Neighbors are usually far enough away that they responded to yelling and whatnot when they heard people were hurt and that kind of thing, but nobody really saw anything that happened. Everybody searched their property around where they were. There were in places where the things were in the windows. There were footprints by the windows and whatnot, but then the footprints just end. Tristan does come up with a theory that you don't have to go to each of the properties. You can sort of see from the road as you walk by. But yeah, every last one of these properties, the way it's set on its property, either has some kind of rocky outcropping or a large boulder on their property or something. And it seems crazy because some of them are like 25, 30 feet away from the house. With your roll, who has proficiency on Arcana? Okay. Both of you make a roll, a proficiency check for Arcana.
I
there-
got 20, 25 then.
Okay.
I got.
Okay.
I like this.
It's sort of weird, and the only reason it stands out is you find it in all 6 of the places.
Not a zombie?
Not as
Did you hear me?
I did. I can't tell if they were just yelling or if they were
On
saying
the
help.
rocks or on the boulder or whatnot that are a good 20 to 30 feet away from these houses, you find, weirdly enough, a couple of detached cricket legs.
Cricket eggs?
Cricket legs.
Oh. Oh, it sounds like a spell component for jump.
That's exactly what his roll and your roll lead you guys to. That's why there's no footprints, and how the zombies are getting to and onto the houses from ridiculous distances away.
Well, then that would also make sense if someone's using expeditious retreat or something on these things to make them run stupidly fast.
Yes.
I mean, it would. Haste. Not as. Haste is much more sophisticated than this one. It just lets you run fast.
So it sort of looks like maybe that is how they're making people think they're falling from the sky. And sort of maybe why the victims that were picked were the ones that were targeted. Because not all of the properties have a feature like that.
Yeah.
But you do
Okay.
notice with your investigation skills that every one of the properties that has had an incident does have something like that. And you found a couple of cricket legs, just plucked cricket legs, on the rocks and outcroppings and stuff of all 6 of them.
This guy's really close.
He's in the town.
He's very angry.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to take vengeance on the town for some reason. We've got to find out why.
So the people that we went around to and talked to, did any of them have grievances with him specifically, or what were their ties to him?
The moment you bring up the Trellin family, most people want nothing more to do with the conversation. You do get a little bit of interaction because you're there to help people, and the gist of it is nobody had any problems with the family. The boy was just weird. And then his parents went missing, and nobody believed that his parents would just leave him their homestead without saying goodbye to any of their friends or tell anybody what their plans were. Nobody believed it, and they just assumed something terrible happened. And the boy was strange, so they made the boy leave. They made Thompson make the boy leave, and Thompson didn't want to do it. Thompson was as scared as everybody else, but he made the boy leave. And they didn't attack him. They didn't throw things at him or anything. They just told him he was no longer welcome here. They let him gather his things, and they told him to go.
Well, I mean, I could see him being absolutely enraged at being forced to leave his own home.
Mm-hmm. Come back for revenge later. Yeah.
So there's two things here. Is he here? And where did his parents go?
You didn't see graves around the front.
Yeah.
No.
So we don't know where his parents went.
Or how.
But 2 other people were apparently in the house also, and
We don't know where they went.
left
So
with
that's
no trace,
4.
but also left nothing behind.
Right, that's 4 people. Because, I mean, if something, well, he would have to get rid of all of their stuff.
So let's focus on this house. Right, am I right for seeing this?
It seems so.
That what?
And I mean, obviously they don't. Whoever is making that, they don't obviously didn't want us in the house either. So yeah, we should say.
Mm-hmm.
When
Yeah, most definitely.
is there as we make our way around the town, looking at the terrain features and whatnot, get by Thompson's house and ask if he has a map of the locations of all the houses.
Not a formal one, but I can tell you where everything is. I can draw it out for you.
Could you draw that out?
Take me a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah.
You just want to know
Well,
basically the layout of all the homesteads around here?
the
That-
layout
We
and
can mark which ones have been attacked.
and mark the ones that have been attacked to see if there's a pattern.
That's what I was wondering too. When we were wandering around the first day, if there was a
Yeah,
pattern to the way that they were attacked.
Mhm.
that'd be interesting. Didn't think about
Like a
that.
topographical pattern that may be like some sort of arcane
Yeah.
sigil or something to that effect.
Well, maybe.
I think when we wandered around the first day, I think there wasn't one. Because that's what I was asking.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a pattern, and the pattern that you've sort of noticed now is that the people have something that will let these things get onto their roof.
Yeah.
What is it about their roof? Because obviously they can lay in wait. Why didn't they just lay in wait for the people around the corner and then
It's-
attack them?
It's the thematics.
Oh, yeah, that it has to fit with the
Yeah.
thunder.
Yeah, it's all
But-
thematics.
What's the goal of attacking the people? What's the end goal?
I don't know.
I mean, yes, it could be. I mean, it could be as simple as revenge.
And he just hasn't gotten around to attacking everybody yet.
But the people who are diseased and not feeling, is this just part of revenge, or is this part of a deeper plot, or is this? I don't know.
You think that maybe the monkey dress going to do the parents' disappearance?
I figure somebody in the town has to know. I mean, where they went, if they left. I mean, somebody has to know. And when they booted the Paul out, what direction did he go? I don't know. Did he go? I have no idea.
We never even, we did, well, we did talk about what happened to the parents.
Yeah, they didn't have any idea.
Yeah.
We should go up to the large sheep farm or whatever those people are. The ones that haven't been attacked.
Yeah.
And see if it makes sense. I mean, it probably makes sense if they haven't been attacked. If there's no topography feature that would let them make that distance or get onto the roof or something.
We should go see if there is. Because if they haven't been attacked and they have that topography.
My guess is some of their sheep have gone missing.
Yeah.
More than what's been reported.
Maybe. Well, we want to take a look. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's go take a look.
Okay, you guys head up to the sheep farm while Thompson's drawing out the map of the layout of the homesteads in the valley. Yeah, they seem a little gruff when you arrive. It's you can immediately tell with the insights on the two of you. You can immediately tell it's because it's already getting around the village that you're asking about the Trellin family.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody likes to talk about it, and you've asked multiple people about it. So
Well, it's
you
connected to your
get a
group as
little
well.
bit more cold of a greeting this time. It's like when you guys approach, the children and the wife are sent in the house, and the eldest son and the father are the ones that stay outside to talk to you. And you know, it's a good thing what you guys are here to do for us, but we're a fairly quiet town, and we don't like people upsetting the whole town. What can we do for you?
Well, I would think the things attacking your people are far more upsetting than us asking some simple questions. So you either want help or you don't.
It's not simple questions, and if you were from here, you would know.
We can't know that until people answer them.
Exactly. Let's help you. Let's help you.
We have no answers about the Trellin family. What else can we do for you?
We're at the sheep farm.
And you can pretty much tell walking up that everything has been cleared out fairly well to get separate pens and open grazing. It doesn't seem like this is a really open stretch of land. It doesn't seem like there's any kind of launch terrain
Land
anywhere
features
near
on
any of
Yeah.
the properties. Just it looks like it's been deliberately cleared out because of what they do.
Since the attacks began, how many sheep have you lost?
Oh. 3 or 4, I think. We had a wildcat that was stalking the pens and got one before we got to it. But usually when they get out, we can find them. Every now and then we can't. And after a couple of days, we figure if we can't find them, something else did. So we've had a couple go missing, but we can't afford to miss a lot of them. So we keep a real good eye on them.
Mm-hmm. Other than the wildcats, have you seen any strange activity around your farms?
Around the farm,
Yeah.
we've always got somebody with the sheep, especially when there's strange things attacking people, and we have to keep an eye out for things that want to eat the sheep we're trying to breed.
So you people haven't noticed anything,
No. Or we would have told Thompson about it.
any new hired help people?
Not from outside the valley, no. There's less than 80 people in this whole valley. We all know each other.
And are you like the others that you've just lived here your entire life?
Yes. There's only a few people that have moved in or are first generation. Occasionally people come in and want to stay. Nobody recently. Nobody in the past 15, 20 years. We've got the place pretty well staked out for ourselves.
That's odd that nobody wants to live in this beautiful area or move to this area.
Not a lot of people know what's here.
Yeah. Okay.
We're off the beaten path.
Yeah, that's probably good.
That's why it took so long to get somebody to come out and help us.
Did you ever run into the two people that came into town and wanted to stay at the Trellin place?
I didn't interact with them myself, no, but that was a couple of months, I believe, after Paul left, and that was the only vacant building in the valley. It didn't seem to bug them. At the time, it didn't seem to bug Thompson, so he let him stay there. It's not like anybody was claiming the property. We always assumed something spooky happened, and they just left in the middle of the night. All their horse they came together on were gone. All their stuff was gone. There wasn't anything there. They weren't planning on staying long, but we expected them to at least stay till morning. But it looks like they didn't.
And
Can I? How would I tell if they're
Inside.
lying?
yeah,
Insight check. Yep.
20 added together.
Okay. With a 20, you get that he probably personally thinks there's something more sinister that happened. But he's just sort of going with the story everybody likes to tell. It doesn't look like he's deliberately hiding anything, but it sounds to you like he probably thinks something more than that happened. But, hey, maybe they just left.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not getting a sense that he
now I
had
know
anything to do with it.
the residents here don't like talking about the Trellins, but could you offer us any insight what you might think have happened to the parents?
We don't know what happened to the parents. They were good people. They had a lot of friends in this valley. Their son was strange, didn't have a lot of friends, made some people uncomfortable with the way he liked to talk, with large words and wanting to deal with arcane stuff that nobody understood here. We don't have anybody that feels those things. We expected at some point he would outgrow this place and go to school somewhere to learn the things he was talking about. But nobody disliked him. He had no connections.
Did he have any siblings?
No,
That was their only child?
he was their only child.
And I'm assuming that they were lifetimes, they were born here, right?
They moved in when they were newly married in their early 20s or so. So they were residents of the valley for nearly 25 years. They had him later in life. When we threw him out of here, he was about, 17, 18, I would say.
How old is that boy that walks around with Shepard?
He looks like he's 12 or 13.
Okay.
He's a boy.
Now, you said they moved in their 20s. Was there anybody else there prior to that?
No, that was their property that they staked out,
And they built their home. Okay.
Mr. Trellin and Mrs. Trellin built that property.
Yeah.
Okay.
They actually weren't expecting to have a child, which is why it's laid out the way it was.
Why do you say that?
Because that's the way they tell it.
Did they say why they thought that?
No, we don't know whether or not they just weren't planning on having one, or if they just maybe there was a factor that they thought they couldn't. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And they only have
That's why the poor boy didn't have his own room.
Were they both human?
The Trellins?
Yeah.
Yes.
So Paul was.
Yes.
Don't know why I didn't think to ask that before.
They didn't have his own. Okay, that makes sense with the table then. With the benches and all that, that's where he slept.
Well, that would make sense. That's where he slept.
Oh,
And then he would doodle and make those drawings on the underside of the
Because
Yeah.
it wasn't laid out for multiple bedrooms. They'd
Yeah.
already built the place. It was
Mhm.
just the bedroom and then the main
Yeah.
all in one area, the
Yeah,
hearth.
stayed
And the...
underneath that. Yeah.
Interesting. What a weird.
It is odd.
Odd and I mean, not that I have children, but I can't imagine. That's just an odd thing. Okay. Anyways. The hired hand with your sheep, I'm assuming it's been the same person forever.
Oh boy. Most of the time.
I don't think, have we ever actually talked to him? Is that your kid?
Yeah, he's standing right there. The eldest son and the father were the ones that stayed outside and sent everybody
But
else.
that boy, not the one that walks around with Shepherd.
No.
No. Okay.
Hmm.
Well, I think we've taken enough of your time.
Yeah, not whatever information we're gonna get from them.
We're not trying to be inhospitable.
Oh,
We do appreciate that you folks are here to find out what's going on and stop whatever's happening that's making people sick and attacking people. But
we have some good leads at this point. We have discovered that the creatures that are attacking your neighbors, for lack of a better term, are zombies or skeletons or something of that sort, reanimated.
well, that's just weird.
It is weird.
And if that's the case, you really should stop shaking the Trellin tree. It's everybody is grateful for what you're doing, but it's hurtful and it's painful for a lot of people in this town to pull on that thread.
That's definitely not what we're trying to do, but unfortunately,
Clues are pointing that direction
yeah,
at this point.
we're really
Mhm.
worried that he might be angry enough to come back and cause harm.
The boy? Nah, that boy was a coward.
Cowards do very strange things when they're empowered by others.
Maybe. What I'm telling you is, unfortunately, if you keep pulling on that thread, doors are really going to close to you.
So weird if nobody had anything to do with it. Why it would be such a secret?
Yeah.
Mm,
Anyways, I'm not gonna ask the boy any questions because I don't think he's gonna talk with that
I
standing here.
don't think so. Hmm.
Well, thank you for your time.
We wish you nothing but luck. That's a sheep farm.
Hmm.
After having breakfast, burning your zombie, checking with Thompson, and checking the farm, it's going on about 1 o'clock.
About Paul? We haven't actually been back to talk to her since we left to go walking about looking at the places that have been attacked. We probably should go back and check on the status of
Yeah.
the other patients.
Is there? There's no way you can. Do you know if they're diseased? Can you find out what their disease is?
I mean, I do have, I guess, academic knowledge in medicine and religion, but
But like through
well,
your feeding things too, can she divine
that's what I'm
what's
wondering.
wrong?
That's what I'm wondering if I can get this information back to my order. Most of the people in my order, obviously that aren't new like me,
Mm-hmm.
do have much greater skill. They actually have skill in divination and
Or just identifying diseases.
yeah, there are clerics that do. I kind of want to get this material back to the people in my order so that
Okay.
they can start looking at, maybe what magic is attached to it or what would cause that sickness. Because with the academic knowledge that I have, I would need access to
Are you power enough to cure disease?
more,
No.
not at this level.
It's also got to go back to the family.
I just don't feel like I have enough information yet.
I don't know what else to ask these people
I don't either.
as far as what we're getting, and I don't know where else to look for what this guy might be disgruntled about, besides just being lucky on catching him when he strikes again.
Say we go talk to the neighbor.
Yeah.
Mm.
Remember, there used to be a path between the two houses.
Okay.
That's the farm.
No,
farm,
you went
no.
to the sheep farm.
Mm-mm. We're at the sheep farm. The big,
That was the,
No.
what was it?
Mm.
I'm sorry. I was confused.
yeah, and they used to be really good friends with the family. I wonder if they were attacked.
They have not been.
We should go see what's around their farm,
Yeah.
because that'll stand out like a sore thumb. Over at the big sheep farm, there wasn't any of that same stuff you were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you approach that household, you do see that there are not any geographic features like that. Doesn't look like there's any place for that sort of shenaniganry to happen, if your theory is correct.
What's the view of the Trellin homestead from the neighbor? Do they have a clear view, or is it like over a knoll or something?
It's a little bit of a clear view. It's uneven ground between them. They haven't done anything with growing crops or flattening it out or anything. They are within eye shot of each other. You're assuming at night they could see each other's fires. They could probably wave to each other during the day, but there's tall grasses and wild brush and whatnot.
What side of the Trellin homestead are they on? This side.
If you're, yeah, it would be the east side.
So, would they have been able to see our fight?
Yes,
That
it was
side of
on.
the-
It was on that side of the house. Yeah.
Because there's no way they didn't look out the window.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with all that commotion.
Uh-huh. I want to know what they saw.
Sure. Let's ask him.
Yeah. Are they all around? Like, can we talk to them?
Yes, they're. It's a human couple in their probably mid-40s. They do have a family that lives there. It's a larger house. Most of them are out helping at other farms. One of them works at the sheep farm. So it's just the parents that are there. And when they see you coming, they open the door and they meet you on the threshold of their property. And they kind of have sad smiles on their face. And, well, we figured if you were asking around about the Trellins that you would eventually wind up here. There's not a lot of people that like talking about.
We've noticed. Is there a
Yeah.
particular reason why?
Well, it's one of the worst things that's ever happened here.
The fact that they disappeared, or
Yes, they wouldn't have just left. Something terrible must have happened. We talked to them almost every day. We had dinner with them once or twice a week. If they were going somewhere, they'd have said something. So we've just had to deal with not knowing for a long time, and just
People-
knowing that it must have been something terrible.
people wouldn't have a problem answering or saying what you just said. We're being told to stop asking questions because of what we may find out.
I don't know who would tell you to not ask because of what you find out. What you're doing is hurting people's feelings and dragging up things that people don't like to think about.
Hmm.
We don't like to either, but they were some of our best friends.
Did any of your youngsters have a good relationship with Paul, or a relationship at all?
With their boy Paul?
Mm-hmm.
No, he seemed to be, I don't know, I guess the best way to describe it is he thought himself a little too smart for the rest of us. He didn't really connect with many people. He didn't want to learn how to take care of the property. He didn't want to learn how to take care of the sheep or crops. He sort of had his head in the clouds, talking about all sorts of strange things and magic and all of that arcane stuff. And he seemed like he had a definite path ahead of him, but it wasn't going to keep him here. Everybody expected it at some point he would have to move on from the village to learn the stuff that he was looking to learn.
Did he ever make trips to the city at all?
No, not as far as I know.
I know Mrs. Trellin was rather surprised and excited to have him.
Yeah,
Were
they
you?
weren't expecting to have a child. They had been told by some clergy somewhere that Marty, the husband, could not.
So, was Mrs. Trellin, I mean, did she come to you for, you have several children. Did she come to you for advice when she was pregnant?
She spoke with, yeah, and the wife standing there. So the wife is, oh yeah, we spoke a lot.
Was it an easy pregnancy or anything troubling her or sickness or anything?
There wasn't anything out of the normal.
What about
It was her
Paul?
first one, so it was a little rough.
Did he get sick at all or anything as a child?
Oh, not that I recall, not any more than normal. A couple of times he had a cough, wouldn't sleep because his ear hurt, but nothing.
That sounds like normal childhood ailments.
Oh yes.
When they were young, when Paul was younger, like much younger than a teenager, did they go playing with your children anymore?
Oh, they played regularly, yeah.
Yeah.
Until he got to where he was just difficult for our children to be around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they play in any particular area?
Oh, just between the two properties. They would run around the whole village every now and then when they got old enough to have that kind of energy, but for the most part, they just played between here and there.
Okay.
We didn't mean to disturb you folks last night. I'm sure it probably got awful loud. Did you happen to notice anything weird outside of our ruckus?
Outside of your ruckus, no, we don't have a lot of the hoodoo around here. So the flinging of all of your magic and fire and everything, once we knew it wasn't going to get out of control and the village wasn't going to catch fire or the hills weren't going to catch fire, then we weren't too worried about it. It's not that we haven't seen it, we just don't have a lot of it around here.
Did you see what we were flinging it at?
Oh, we couldn't see that from here, no. We assumed it wasn't each other, so we didn't know what was going on.
Did you see anybody
Else?
walking around the property last night with a lantern?
No, there was a lantern out by their outbuilding, but that went out after you guys did your thing.
Do you see who placed it there?
No? Did you not place it there?
We didn't. We were hoping you
Okay,
saw
now that's
someone.
peculiar.
Yeah. Wasn't us.
Because nobody's worked in that outbuilding since years before the Trellins left.
Well, we were all inside. I was cooking. Just finished taking some rabbit off the fire, so it wasn't any of us walking around outside. We were just wondering about that time if you'd have seen a man
No.
walking around, maybe hung, with the lantern. The lantern would have been what you would have seen moving around.
No.
Because it wasn't one of us rounding on the property.
We saw the lantern hanging there when all the commotion was going on, but no, we didn't see who put it there. We didn't even see when it got hung or when it was lit.
Interesting.
Hmm.
What time do your kids return home from working at the other farms?
Depends on when they get done with what they're needing to be doing for the day, but yeah, they're usually home before dark, especially these days.
Any of them come home later last night that might have seen something as they were walking up?
No, everybody was home before dark last night.
All right.
We were expecting more weather, but it didn't hit last night, which is why it was strange to see some kind of commotion. We were thinking maybe somebody else was getting attacked, but
Oh,
there,
yeah, it
there
was
wasn't
us.
any weather. So
Yeah, that was us.
That was us
getting
getting attacked.
Mm-hmm.
by you actually had trouble over there? What happened?
Well, we discovered that the things that had been attacking the village attacked us.
Without the storm? Without rain?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, they always come with the rain.
Well,
They use it for
There's a
cover.
terrible,
Can I tell whether or not they're being weird?
yeah, roll an insight.
we believe that
14.
with us asking questions, that whoever is responsible for the attacks is getting a little nervous.
You think somebody's responsible for the attacks?
Yes.
What you're getting is they're basically hook, line, and sinker in the village story.
Okay.
They're baffled that anything was present without there being something tearing open the sky for these things to fall out.
Yeah,
Okay.
which makes sense.
Yeah.
Because there's only an attack when there's that stormy weather. But we were expecting a storm last night, but it didn't happen.
Oh, that's,
They're just using the storm as cover.
yeah.
Well, where are they coming from?
We
Figure
haven't
that
We
out
haven't
yet.
been able to find out that piece of information yet.
What is it?
There's a, thinking back. So the undead things, they were kobolds or something weird like that.
Yeah.
So, have you had kobolds out further out beyond the village? Have you had any disturbances, or is there anything else out living in that direction that's not bothering you, or do you have any idea?
Kobolds. We haven't had any problems with kobolds in 20 years.
Well, what the
We
heck?
had trouble with kobolds.
Yeah, but why is everything 20 years?
When did the columns move in? 20 years ago.
That's when they moved in. Oh, I was half expecting them to tell us they didn't know what a kobold was.
No, they used to come raid and steal the sheep and set fire to the crops and stuff every now and then.
But the corpses are super old.
Well,
And
we
wearing
finally figured out where they were coming
fur.
from, and it's a long ride in the mountains to the north. But we found out where they were, and we sent some people up there to cave in the cave, just sort of, like you would do with ants. Just
So if they were stealing sheep and they were making clothing out of it, or
yeah, I don't know if I could get you there, but I bet Thompson could.
That's our next lead, guys.
That's the only thing I can think of.
all right, is to ride north and see where they,
Yeah.
because that makes sense that they would have sheep hide on them if it's the little
And if
buggers
it's
that
these-
stole the.
Things that, I mean, if it's the bodies of these things reanimated, then that's the only place I can think of to go and look.
Right.
Well, we still have to find out what's well, that's another point of revenge, if you will. Is the
And it doesn't-
kobolds seeking revenge that
Oh, that they were wiped out?
this village sent people up to go fight them off.
Yeah, I
Maybe.
mean, I guess if something reanimated them and just
Mhm.
turned them loose. But I don't know that, well, they obviously have the cognizance to lay in wait, so.
Whoever's still making or causing the problem is still here.
Yes. Yes.
But we can all, I mean, if we think it's going to help or give us a clue, we can go up, take a look, go out and travel out there and take a look.
Do you happen to have any This may sound weird, but any grandchildren?
Grandchildren? Not
Yeah.
yet.
No. Okay.
We're working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Pulling ears and twisting elbows, but it hasn't happened yet.
Just thinking, did your kids ever play when they were much younger? Like you said, they stayed around here, but did they go in any caves or find caves or anything of that nature?
Oh no, to find stuff like that, you'd have to go a good clip away
Yeah.
from the village.
Okay.
Okay.
So our next stop is start.
Unless
Yeah.
you want to stay here again tonight, that's the only other place that's the only lead I can think of.
Is there, is Thompson with us? Right, still? I don't know where we are or what
No,
we're
he's
doing.
drawing the map.
Oh, that's right. Because I need to find out how I can get mail back to Y. Or a parcel back to the
If there's a courier sometime,
back to the rectory.
when you could pay one of the kids a couple gold,
Yeah.
a couple silver. That's a drive. That's a ride.
Why big route to go or directly over to Harris?
Why is a 4-day ride away from here? Took you 4 days to get here.
It's a ways away.
So we're gonna find Thompson to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll need some general guidance on how to get there.
Let's go find Mr. Grumpy.
All right. To sort of speed through that conversation, he's shocked when you bring up the kobolds, and he does give you a history that didn't happen very often because they're far enough away. They're a 3 or 4 hour horseback ride away, but more or less directly north to the peak of the valley, there's a stream that runs along the rocky outcropping, and then up high they found where the kobolds were. And yeah, they sent a mining team more or less and just broke apart the entrance to it and caved it in. But he was there. The entrance was caved in. They weren't getting out of there. The way the kobold cave was built, it was rickety on its own. It didn't take much to bring in probably 15, 20 feet of it on itself. The hardest part was doing it without getting somebody hurt. I
Wonder
haven't had any trouble with them since.
if they would have all died in there if there wasn't another exit or entrance.
Kobolds could have found another way out. Maybe.
Or they could have dug out and
Yeah. They may have found another way out. Who knows? And
there's a
Well,
number.
it worked either way for us because they didn't, even if they didn't die out, they didn't come back.
Huh.
That was years and years ago.
20 years ago.
20 years ago.
Give or take.
Did,
Are any of the miners that collapsed the cave entrance still living in town?
Yeah, the ones that weren't old enough that they're gone now.
did Trellins,
I was one of them.
was Trellin's family here at that time? Did he go with you, Mr.
Yeah.
Trellin?
Yeah.
So
Mr.
he-
Trellin was part of it.
He knew where the cave was. Wonder if he told Paul about it.
Well, Paul would have been an infant.
I don't
Oh, this
suppose anybody
happened before
would
Paul.
allow
Yeah.
Since then, so we can just take a peek.
Although it happened sort of right before Paul, now that I think about it.
We're out here. We might as well just look.
Yeah.
We could go in the morning. I don't know
Yeah.
if it's mid or early afternoon. It's going to be dark by the time we want to
We
make.
should
We
definitely.
should get there by evening, but we're going to have to stay there at night.
Yeah, let's.
Oh,
just
you're not
go-
going to want to go tonight.
Yeah.
No.
We got weather coming in tonight.
Okay.
You're not going to want to be caught out in that.
And I'll get Thompson up to speed about what we found with the outcroppings and the cricket legs and all that kind of stuff.
All right. cricket like this. You think there's
There's
something
magic.
magical happening?
There's magics going on.
Oh, yeah. We don't think, we know.
There was enough magical residue left over from previous spells that it was easy to spot for our magic wielding
Common
friends.
component.
Who would
for
be on the side of a zombie?
Someone practicing dark magic.
someone interested in the necromancy? I don't know.
That seems to,
And
Kind of.
when you make that comment, you can see it kind of resonates with him, but he just
and it's somebody that has a problem with this town. Because the weather's not how they're getting here.
well,
We think it's just thematic that these attacks are happening when it's storming.
the weather's been when things are happening, and the weather's what we're going to have tonight. So, if you're right, it's not the way it seems to all us, then maybe we see if nothing happens tonight since you had your fight last night.
Well,
Well,
But
according
we
to
killed some. I don't think we killed the main thing.
according to
Likely.
according to the Shetlands, it was supposed to storm last night.
It was, it just didn't, we were all expecting. I've lived in this valley my entire life. I know the weather, and it's coming to me.
So, I would advise everybody to hunker down and stay safe.
Well, that's all we've been doing since this weirdness happened. So,
But I would expect another one tonight. But we're gonna hopefully be the ones that'll be the target.
The question is for us, what do we spend the night?
Oh yeah.
Spend like close to protecting the town.
There's,
I think we
it's too
stay
spread
in the
apart for us to
house.
protect anything. It's too spread apart for us to protect anything.
Yeah.
I say
We don't
stay
know
in
where
the
they're
house
going.
again. We stay in their house again.
So the Collins house is their like the only thing that's high up is that outbuilding, right?
That's actually a really good
Yeah.
idea, that way if they do attack us.
Yes.
No.
Because we're a thorn in its side and it doesn't want us there, so hopefully we'll be the target of its.
Mhm. Well, especially if it thinks we're in the house, maybe we're not.
No, it's Trellin, not Cullen.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a good hiding space. I mean, there's the cellar.
I don't know that,
But I don't know how to get that to work.
I don't either, but they're not walking around until it's dark pretty much.
And we're gonna make sure that everything is covered so they can't see
I mean, it's
into
not like,
the home. But we can make sure it's lit enough to know that there's someone there.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, we could be on the roof. We'd have a pretty good vantage point of looking out
around.
around.
But there's weather.
There is probably going to be delightful.
No?
Oh, it's just so comforting to me.
I volunteer to be on the inside.
Oh, but you could do that hand thing that you do, and like your shadow could be in one area, and
Like
you
this.
you could move something around with the hand somewhere else that looks like there's more than one shadow in there, because they're not going to be able to see. They can see the light coming through.
No, that's easy enough. I can
Right.
do that.
Yeah, so you could fake it out that way while we hide in the outhouse, or not the outhouse, please no, in the outbuilding or on the roof, and see.
Yeah, that's. do that.
Yeah.
You guys want to be outside in the weather? That's how you catch colds. By getting cold.
It's not actually not actually how that works.
Yeah.
Catch a bad case of trench foot.
And we lost cameras.
Huh?
And we lost cameras.
Oh no.
Oh,
Should that be the end of the?
Yeah.
Oh, too funny.
All right. So, yeah. All right. So we may wrap it up there. I'm the only one with a live camera now.
That's true.
We're going to go ahead and wrap it up. We've actually gone a little longer than we usually do. We finally got on a roll with this. So we will post a schedule for Shadows of Earthspur. And yeah, you have a pleasant smile on your face, Jeff.
Is that the last image?
We're friends like this.
Is this what's happened to the other people in the house?
Right?
Ogre's just looking like somebody had the worst idea they've ever heard. Anywho, we will post the
Like,
schedule
I
for
don't
this.
know.
This is going to be a regular ongoing campaign for the foreseeable future. And we will be posting a schedule. It's not going to be weekly. We are unable to do that with all of our schedules and everything. So we're going to do 2 games a month. We're going to try to do every other week. It may not have that kind of rhythm, but we will see. And we will keep you posted. Please check out our Discord. All of the schedule stuff will be posted there. It should be posted on Twitch as well, so that you know when to expect us and when we'll be back. And until then, we hope everybody watching had a good time and enjoyed what we're doing so far. And
Those are the last images.
take care of each other, because we're all we've got.
Let's see.
Oh, it's so funny.
Ah.